please don't hesitate to ask our team. I just want to wish all exhibitors showing today the best of luck. Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to the 2024 Ohio State Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us ringside or even around the ring in the Voinovich building, we now ask that you stand for the playing of our national anthem. Good morning and happy Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2024 Ohio State Fair. At this time, we'd like to introduce our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman from Lubbock, Texas. Dr. Ryan Rathman is an associate professor and the Jones Family and Doan Professor in the Department of Animal and Food Sciences at Texas Tech University. He is the all-time winningest coach in collegiate livestock judging history, having coached 9 national champion livestock judging teams. He's judged 400-plus shows in 40 different states. Ryan and his wife, Keina, have 2 daughters, Kinley and Carly, ages 15 and 12, respectively. And Ryan and his wife, Keina, enjoy taking the girls to show steers, heifers, and breeding sheep around the states. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Dr. Ryan Rathman a big Buckeye welcome here at your 2024 Ohio State Fair.
Hey, good morning to everybody. Man, it's a pleasure to be with y'all. I'm looking forward to a great day, and I hope y'all have a good time with your families. Hopefully your dads will be patient and not get too upset by many things, and neither will you. And hopefully y'all have just a great day with your family and enjoy what y'all are doing. It's a fun sport. I sure enjoy it with my kiddos. I got 2 girls, and there's nothing else I'd rather do than take them to a show or go work with youth. And so I'm looking forward to it. Hey, this first class, we've got an awesome set of 5 Angus steers, and all 5 of these kids did a great job. Grant and Culver, if y'all want to bring y'all steers over, y'all go ahead and put them in the lineup. But I thought we had an easy class winner here. I told Paige that when I stepped over there to her. She weighed her calf in, I think, around 1444. And that's great with me. I like big, performance-oriented cattle. I don't really care what they weigh. We'll just try to use the best ones irrespective of weight all day long. But I thought this calf was just the combination steer. He's a calf that's plenty adequate in his feet and leg structure. I would say maybe the heaviest muscled or second heaviest muscled calf in the class relative to his carcass weight. And when you put your hands on him, this guy's on target in terms of his finish. I would suspect his quality grade would be very, very good, upper 2/3 choice or so. And so you step back off the cattle, and he's the show steer of the bunch outside of his carcass merit. That calf balance is very, very good in terms of just his general proportionality, probably a little bigger boned and heavier footed than the cattle that stand right in behind him as well. So awesome job. Congratulations to Paige there. Hey, we move into Audrey right here, and this young lady does a marvelous job showing. Audrey, I don't know what you did in showmanship, but I figure it's quite well. This is the smallest calf in the class. I think he weighed about 1295. I just thought he was the second best one in regards to a calf that is reasonably sound off both ends. He's not the biggest legged as I compare him to the calf in front of you, Audrey. That calf was a little bigger footed, a little heavier bone. But I really like the balance of your steer. And versus Carrie's calf right in here in 3, this guy just balances truer in terms of his bottom line, more correct out of his hip and freer fat around his tail head. I thought that calf was right on target in terms of finish. He's pretty square in his pin set. Mainly Audrey, that calf needs to be a little more muscular. He's probably the lightest muscle steer down his top in the group. Carrie did a nice job here coming next. This little young lady's a good stick. A calf that's really big-bodied, calf that has a lot of extra set built into his hind leg. Get your hands on this calf, and I think he's probably as fat as any of them, and that should be great from a quality grade standpoint. Maybe it could be a little bit leaner there around his tail head if we balance that out in terms of his cutability. I'd like to see that calf just bigger in his hip. He's a calf that's got some dimension through his chest and his center body and got some spread to his top. I just wish it was a little more expressive. Wish that calf had a little bigger, stouter hip in him and maybe a little more attractive set to his hind leg, but I still like the soundness of it, comparatively speaking. Grant's got the fuzzy-haired calf coming next. This is kind of the oddball in the class, honestly, in terms of where you want to align him, anywhere from second down here to this position where I've got him. He's got a little more frame. His weight, I think, is 1490 something, which is great, but maybe could moderate his frame score just a little bit. That calf, relative to that, I wish he had a little bit more punch in terms of his hip and his stifle, and I wish that calf maybe got out and traveled just a little freer out of his blade and knee and rear ankle. Get your hands on him. He's adequate, and I think you did a great job, Grant, getting that calf fed very even and is covered. Culver, your steer down here, I told him if we could change the front knee and front end structure on that calf, he would have been second in this class. He's probably, relative to his carcass weight, the heaviest muscle steer in the group. He's no doubt the biggest in terms of his lower stifle and his round when you get it behind the cattle. He's big-bodied. He's cocky-fronted. Again, he just kind of leaning over at his knee and unfortunately not built quite good enough there out of his front end. So, hey, if y'all don't mind, let's put our hands together, make some noise, and congratulate these kids on a good set of Angus steers to kick off our show.
Results of your Angus steer class 101. In first place in your champion Angus steer goes to Paige Atkins with a steer weighing 1,444 pounds. Your reserve Angus steer was exhibited by Audrey Hoffman, steer weighing 1,295 pounds. Third overall Angus steer goes to Carrie Gaylor. Fourth to Grant Ratzelsberger. And fifth place goes to tag 702 Carver Siddle. Now entering the ring is class 102 of your Charolais steers. Steers weighing 1,324 pounds up to 1,440.
Hey, real nice class of Charolais steers here. Make a good livestock judging class for the kiddos that compete in those contests because there's a nice set of cattle. All of them have different strengths, but I still think a fairly logical class. Maybe a close decision here on top, depending on how you see things. Taylor, your calf, he doesn't have a lot of hair, but he really doesn't need it because he's so muscular and so stout. He's clearly the class leader in terms of just natural power. As I compare him back to the young man steer there in second, he is quite a bit bigger off the backside of his shoulder, quite a bit square to the edge of his loin in 13th. And then just when you get him behind the cattle, he's definitively stouter out of his hip and through the base of his stifle. You just follow him to the ground, and although he doesn't have the hair coat that the one in second has, he's every bit as big boned or bigger boned. He's just a naturally wide-bodied, up-fronted steer that's really level and square in his hip, and I think he proportions out with a real nice level of balance here from the side. You know, that calf, I critique him and say, where do you want to upgrade that calf? He's not the biggest in the world, but that calf, I think for his weight, has got an adequate level of cover on him. He's pretty big in his cod. I wish that he almost looks like he's got a set of testicles underneath there. I wish he was maybe just a little smaller or cleaner in terms of his cod sack and maybe just a nickel neater through the floor of his chest, but that's being very picky. Taylor, I have to commend you too. I think the calf's very sound. I don't know if you purposely walked him slow in here, but perhaps when he tempos up, he maybe gets a little tight looking, but I think you did a good job showing and maybe disguising that. And I'm speculating a little bit because you kind of walked him in first gear, but that calf is one that in terms of angles reads quite good. Congratulations on a good, powerful, slick-haired calf to win the class. The calf we got here in second, this calf here, Drew, is one that super good looking. Man, you fit him up well, and he looks the part here from the side. I think you could beat the steer in front of you here from this angle. He's taller fronted. He's a little neater at the edge of his blade. The way he flows in his lines and stands off his hip and hind leg structure is really second to none. We get that calf in motion. He's probably not just a kitty cat in terms of his structure. It's not bad, but the way I see it is that relative to giving up quite a bit of muscle, he needs to out-travel that calf by some margin to beat him, and I just didn't think he did. I thought structure was at best a wash. I'd like to see your calf just a little freer in his movement, but just need to amp him up in terms of his red meat shape. Calf we got down here in 3, this is a calf that Trey's got that has a cool kind of dapple color to him. He's cocky fronted, he's big muscled, he's got a square loin edge. I don't have a problem with him from a carcass merit standpoint. I think he's even and mellow in his cover. That calf for me, I told him over there that just need to be a little bit sounder. That calf tilts forward a little bit in his blade and his knee, just gets a little smaller, more closed up in terms of his hoof structure and quite a bit tighter in terms of his rear ankle. The calf that the other Taylor in class has down here in 4th is one that deep-bodied, long-sided, long muscle, but maybe just needs more of it. When you get him behind him and proceed down his top, that calf needs a bigger spread, needs a bigger shape off the backside of his shoulder. Like to amp him up in his hip, and then up front, that calf kind of gets crashed at his knee and forward in that angle, and then twist him out. Just need to change him up a little bit structurally. But Taylor, you did a nice job. Calf looks the part, just didn't hold together for you in terms of structure. What a nice class. Let's give those kiddos in our Charolais division a nice round of applause.
Third and final call, class. Results from Class 102 of your Charolais steers. In first place, tag 707, exhibited by Taylor Sherman, steer weighing 1,368 pounds. In second place, in your reserve champion Charolais steer goes to tag 706, exhibited by Drew Hurst, steer weighing 1,324 pounds. Third overall Charolais steer goes to tag 708, Trey McCullough. And fourth overall, tag 709, Taylor Poff. Now entering the ring is Class 103 of your Keina steers, weighing 1,270 pounds up through 1,345. Today's steer show is being broadcast live at showbarnflix.com thanks to the efforts of the Buckeye Beef Boosters. This initiative aims to give our junior exhibitors wider recognition and enhance their fair experience. Please inform your friends and family who couldn't make it today that they can watch the entire show online. We'd like to express our gratitude to our sponsors, MG Resim Connections, Transova Genetics, Performance Training Solutions, Woodside Veterinary Hospital, Armstrong Farms, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Heartland Feed Services, Weingartner Klingeman Show Cattle, Hess Family Cattle, Phantom Halter, and Legacy Vet Clinic. Your support is making a significant impact on our young agricultural leaders.
Well, I think we've got 2 key classes, and this first one's quite good. All these kiddos here done a great job. Again, no disrespect to any of them, but I thought it just kind of sorted itself pretty logically. The calf that Essie's got up top here, this gold calf, I thought I remembered this young lady from last year. I think she had a really good gold steer as well, and so gold's her color, and this calf's awfully good. In terms of just blade back, that guy right there is impeccable in terms of his rib cage. He's got a huge back laid in him, and he's second to none, particularly versus the gray calf that's got big feet there in second in regards to the power through his upper hip. You bring both of those cattle to the ground, and both of them are real big-footed, big-bone cattle. I still think this one, in terms of travel, it's close, but I probably still would take him off his rear leg. I wish he would maybe just throw his head up a little cockier out of the top of his blade when we travel the cattle. It's plenty adequate in terms of how he balances here from the side, but I would roll that blade back in and maybe lean that blade just a little bit to give more elevation in his neck set. But hey, that's an incredible calf. I thought you did a marvelous job. Handles on target. Nice job showing him. The great calf that we've got here in second, this calf right here is one that's got the big feet. I love the spread to his toes. I'm not saying he necessarily out-travels that one in terms of reach that's right up behind him, but the construction of his hoof is quite a bit bigger. He's deeper in his heel. There's more spread to his feet. He's taller fronted, cockier, and more elevated in his neck, a little longer out of his hip, and just leveler to his pin set and tail head, and just more rugged in his structural design in terms of size of forearm, bone, and foot. And so I like that calf's balance to fit in there in second with the calf that we've got up top in terms of matching a pair. I wish down his top he probably had a little more expression to his top shape. He's just a little closer to average, but plenty even in terms of his cover and good enough there. Taylor's calf that we've got here in 3, this Brockle steer, one that's really wide-bodied. He's bigger backed and stouter hip, and that's where he counters that smoke calf in front of him. And when we get him out and travel him, he's actually got more reach out of his hind end, but he kind of moves a little under himself. I'd like to see that calf maybe stay a little leveler in his pin bone, draw him down a little bit longer in terms of his hind quarter and the way it hooks to his hock, and maybe just set him on bigger feet. But that's a good, burly, stout-made calf that would have a lot of carcass merit on the rail and certainly open one of the biggest eyes relative to his weight. The black calf we got coming next, in the breath that I brag about the one in front of him from a muscularity standpoint, that guy there may be the absolute heaviest muscle. That guy is huge-ended. Across the plane of his stifle, he'll measure about as wide as any calf we evaluate today. He's super round-bodied. Calf's got a big back, plenty, even though he's a cutability steer, he's got enough on him to grade. He's up-fronted. He's just a little frail in his jawline relative to having that waddle. He's got a little bit more roller coaster to his top line and out of his hip, and just like to, proportionally speaking, bring him to the ground on a bigger bone and foot to make that calf balance with his upper body mass. So, Gwyneth, you did a nice job, sweetie. That's a great carcass steer. I just need to see a little more balance and structure in him to move him up the line. My man Bentley's got a calf he calls Thunder over here. I told Bentley, I said, hey, it's hard to see you. Your calf's a little tall. I'd make him shorter, and I'd make him bigger muscle. And he said, you know what, I agree with that. So he's a very agreeable young man. Nice kid here. He's doing a great job. Got one that's just a little bit behind the pack in terms of his belly and his muscle and his structure. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause. They did a great job. I'm sure proud of them.
Results of Class 103 of your Keina steers. In first place, tag 7 at 12, exhibited by S.E. McGuire, steer weighing 1,330 pounds. In second place, tag 713 at Natalie Moore, steer weighing 1,340 pounds. Third place goes to tag 714, Taylor Poff. In fourth place, tag 710, Gwyneth Souter. And fifth place, tag 711, Bentley Webb. Now entering the ring is Class 104 of your Keina steers, weighing 1,373 down through 1,429.
on over there. All right, I'll see if I can stay over here all day so y'all don't get screeched out there in the microphone and find the right spot. Hey, this was a great class. Can we put our hands together, congratulate these kids and the families behind them, everybody that put a lot of work and effort into them all year. That was a lot of fun to evaluate. We have got, 7 just dynamite good key steers here in this division, and I would suspect, and I don't know what's to come, but from top to bottom, maybe one of the closer placings that we will have all day. And so it's, the fun of this sport is everybody's got an opinion. Y'all can sit on the sidelines, critique, and see what you think, and it's a fun discussion. For me, just weighing out the totals, I think this calf, when you probably just sit there and rank traits, ends up being towards the top in nearly every trait. And so in combination, I think he's the steer that has to finish at the top of the card. From the side, I love this guy in terms of his balance. He's not the biggest footed. He's maybe got a dabble of crest of neck, but just in terms of his frame score relative to his length of back, his length and levelness of hip, the way his tail head fits in, the way that his stifle wraps, and then just flank to chest and how high he rises his neck. In totality, that's a calf that I'm really drawn to. That calf, when I get my hands on him and compare him back to, say, this fuzzy, good-looking booger in second, or this big outline, super sound, long-sided steer in 3, he out-handles him by some margin. And so that's the other deciding factor. He's a lot bigger out of the backside of his shoulder, a lot fresher over his 13th, and then mellower in terms of his degree of finish than the calf in 3rd, and maybe a little leaner than the calf in 2nd. And so consequently, I think that calf's composition is the most on target and correct today. The biggest thing I'd change about him, and my only reservation on why he doesn't just win in a landslide, his feet need to be a little better. They're a little small, they're a little curled off both ends or all 4 corners. If I could send him to the ground with the feet that this critter's got, then it wouldn't have been close. This calf, though, young lady, from the side, the way that he's carved and cut out is second to none. He's got that kind of cute show steer balance about him. He brings it to the ground more proportionally in terms of size of foot and bone structure. He travels plenty adequately. My reservation on him and why you're not standing at first and getting the blue ribbon is he's just a little closer to average from a muscularity standpoint. Down his top, he's got a little bit of spread, but it's not nearly as square to his edge. From behind, for me, as we travel the cattle away, I just need to crack him open, make him a little stouter. I need to lengthen his hip from the side. He's the lightest calf in the class. It's not a big deal, but I would like to see a little more power wrapped over his frame to go ahead and give him the start. The calf we got here in 3, the young man here in the cowboy hat's got, I really like this calf when we get him out and travel in terms of his hip and hind leg structure. You could argue he's the best in class in terms of the way that he glides, the way that he sets down to the shavings. That calf, I love his length of body. Relative to his length of body, I wish he was just a shade longer neck. I'm not saying he's short-necked. I'm just talking for his height. I wish he was a little longer there, maybe stretch his hip out for his hip height, and then see that calf more than anything as I get to the front side of him, young man, and I look through the floor of his chest. For me, he's just a little narrower underneath and up into the base of his heart. He's a little more average in terms of his head and his skull shape. When I get my hands over his top, coming off the backside of his shoulder, he's just a little plainer. I wish he had a little more muscularity, and I wish he was a little fatter in terms of the mellowness over his final ribs. And so ultimately, a very good calf, very competitive combination of some minor things that leave him 3rd. We move the young man up here in 4, and Max, you had a great steer. Truthfully, when I stand back off of him, his silhouette, y'all are going to say, looks like the calf that I started the class with, because he's clean in his composition, bold in his body construction, and highly expressive in terms of his muscularity. He has all those things and more. I love how juvenile he is through his neck and head, but yet he's mellow and correct in his cover over his 12th and 13th. For me, as we start to study structure, and I know I critique the feet on my class winner, but for me, just taking a little further in combination with being a little rounder in his hoof wall, this calf just for me gets a little tighter and more upright in his angles and his blade, knee, hock, and ankle. If I could set him down on bigger feet and a more pliable skeleton, I could certainly have no problem running him up the line. Young man here in the cowboy hat's a tough customer. He does an awesome job. This young man, he just looks like a kid with confidence and somebody that works his tail off. This calf is big in his forearm. He's big and burly down his top. He's big and bold in his center body. He's got plenty of muscularity to him. For me, again, just he runs downhill a little bit, gets a little fuller in his chest floor, a little fuller at the edge of his blade, a little closer at his knee, not quite as relaxed when we set him in motion, not quite as balanced. And again, those are minor things, a great carcass steer. Ree's got this big red calf right here. Honestly, in terms of width and soundness, he is maybe one of the best cattle in the class. I'm not telling you that he's old, but he just looks less balanced and a little more mature in terms of just the depth of his cheek and throat, the depth of his chest, and the roundness of his blade. He's almost a rib too long. He comes apart a little bit from balance standpoint in his hip-loin junction. I'd like to square him up front, just look at him a little fresher from the side. Young man that's got our closer right here, this is not a last place calf. I know I've got you here. I don't want you to feel that way because, young man, you got a great calf, and I'm being serious. He's very heavy boned. He's a dense, well-balanced calf here from the side. He's just a little bit tighter bellied underneath the hair coat, a little flatter ribbed, and when I get it behind him for his height, he was probably the narrowest steer in the class, just on a comparative basis. And so I hated to put you down here. It tore my heart out to put a calf that good last, but that was just the nature of the class. He gets a little shorter faced and maybe just a little deeper in his throat or chest. Let's give all those kids a huge round of applause. They sure deserve it. It was a lot of fun to evaluate them.
Second call. Results of Class 104 of your Keina steers. In first place goes a tag 721, exhibited by Hudson Drake, steer weighing 1,429 pounds. In second place, tag 715, Olivia Jones, steer weighing 1,373 pounds. In third place, tag 719, Mason Harder. Fourth place, tag 716, Max Krimpaski. Fifth, tag 718, Tanner Butcher. Sixth, Reed Black. And seventh, Drew Weymouth. Now entering the ring is a selection of your champion and reserve champion, Keina steer.
Well, just two classes, and but two very, very good classes. Very, very strong. You get your class winners out here in your second places. They're good cattle. The margins of differences all the way through those classes were so very tight. It was a great competition. I hope all the kids that aren't standing out here are still holding their heads high because they brought good livestock to the Ohio State Fair. This gold one that starts this class, this calf for me is just super burly. Down his top, he is so big backed. He is so burly in terms of his upper rib shape. He's not overly deep-sided, but his bottom line matches well. But he's just so bold to the upper half of his skeleton, so very big in his hip and stifle. Where I like the calf the best is probably just standing still. His foot shape is so very big. He's got a good spread and outer hoof wall. I like that well. This calf is extremely stubborn. I was asking Essie, hey, can we tempo that booger up? I want to see what this guy's got when we put him in a higher gear. That calf's demeanor is not such that he wants to go very fast. He's marginal in terms of his shoulder angle. That's where you got to make a call on him. I wish he was a little better there, but I do like the calf very well out of his hip and hind leg structure. He's just a good fat steer, I think, at the right mark, the right weight, and the right day in the calendar. The black calf we got here, one that's super cocky fronted. He's so very bold-bodied, so very big back. I mean, they're both exceptional in that regard. And then when you get him behind him, he's big in his upper hip. I love his body cavity. He's probably just a nickel deeper right through the base of his rib than the gold steer, and he's maybe just a little longer and cockier out through his front end. This calf for me, as I get around to this angle, his shoulders open up in him just a bit. And again, I already described his foot quality. I wish his feet were maybe just a nickel better. Ironically, he probably gets out and reaches just a little better than the gold steer on a comparative basis, even though I like the feet on this booger a little bit better. So nice pair of second place cattle back there. I'm going to take one more evaluation and then decide how to split this call. Let's get our hands together, congratulate these kids if y'all don't mind. Very, very well deserved in a highly competitive division.
And your champion Keina steer out of Class 103 is exhibited by Essie McGuire.
Well, this smoke steer is, he's a good-looking rascal. He's so big-boned, so big-footed. He, too, maybe doesn't just get out and reach the furthest. The main difference between those two Char cattle was this calf didn't have near the muscularity laid over the top side of his skeleton or from behind. But, man, he is a good-looking rascal from the side. For me, though, just the way I see it today, I thought it was a coin flip for your champion. We're going to keep the two class winners together. Young man here at the black calf coming out of the heavyweight class will be your reserve.
And your reserve champion Keina steer is exhibited by Hudson Drake. Now entering the ring will be class number 105 of your Hereford steers.
Well, I think we just got one Hereford steer class. Kind of cool when they first came in terms of just the fact that every one of them is pretty comparable in terms of frame and weight. You just look down the line, and if you had a pen of these cattle, boy, you'd really like the uniformity of them. And the kids had done a marvelous job. All the way down, the depth of the class is incredible for a set of Hereford genetics. If y'all don't mind, let's put our hands together, congratulate these kids on just a really, really nice group of Hereford cattle. The margins of differences up here, very, very tight. The calf that I'm going to start with doesn't win the beauty contest in terms of having the best hair coat. He's pretty curly all over, and so maybe just your initial reaction to him is maybe not quite as strong. I think when you dive into the facts, though, he becomes the calf that logically needs to start. Versus the steer in second, that calf's sounder at his knee, and then he's bigger out of his hip and stifle. And so if he's heavier muscled and sounder up front, that's a tough combination to beat. This calf balances adequately. I probably still like the balance of a couple others down the line, but there's nothing out of line here. He's a little cresty neck, maybe just the edge of his hock and the way it's clipped. Maybe looks a little more ordinary, maybe just a nickel higher in his hook and lower in his pin, but collectively I think that still proportions out. You put your hands on him, and this guy is super big-bodied, super bold, and very mellow to the finish, and got as big of a back laid into him as any of the cattle that are pushing him here on the top end. The calf we got here in second, just in terms of his hair coat, is probably the calf that you naturally gravitate towards. This guy's up-fronted and a little cleaner at the top of his neck. He's super deep-sided. He's got a squishy hind leg, and I don't mind that at all, and he's big-bodied. It's just up front. That calf at times was over in his knee. He kind of brings him forward and then turns him out. If I could change that factor, and then he'd be your champion Hereford steer. I'd like to amp him up just a nickel in terms of his power out of his hip and stifle. Calf here in three is a little slicker, but yet still fresh-haired. This calf's got the look that I'm after. In terms of the one that I wanted to start, just in terms of his balance, how good he is to his head, his neck, and the edge of his shoulder, how good he is down his top line, and then having some bone and some foot underneath him, young lady. I like your calf the best in those regards in this particular class. For me, as we travel the cattle, he's okay, but he's not necessarily definitively sounder than those ahead of you relative to giving up a little bit of natural width and power. When you get in behind him, he's got some width to his top, but it's just not quite as expressive. More than anything, young lady, just want to see that calf stouter through his stifle. I really admire his quality, want to start him. I just need him to be huskier. I need him to be more powerful. The calf that we've got next, this calf is a little huskier. He's huge-bodied. He's got good width in terms of his top. He's not the biggest and widest out of his hip, but down through his lower quarter, he's huge. That calf for me is just a little bit past 12 o'clock, young lady. In terms of his condition, he's a little fatter than he needs to be in his brisket. I'd like to see him just leaner throughout and a little higher cutability in his kind. He's maybe not the most attractive in terms of his rear ankle, but I still think the calf is sound off both ends. The next calf that comes in line, a calf that is the lightest in class. He's just a little bit greener through his flank, maybe a little emptier in terms of his twist and his stifle. And so I'd need more mass in this calf, probably to challenge the cattle I got in front of you. But just like I said on the calf two in front of you, this guy is so good in his top line, so neat in his shoulder. He's a very nice balanced calf that's very fresh in his condition. He probably just still needs about 30 days, 45 days to probably max him out and push towards the top end of the class. He's got a little extra set to the backside of his hock, but the calf is still very sound off both ends. The calf that we've got here in the next slot, another calf that's fresh and good outline from the side, very well balanced. He's the framiest steer in the class, and I'm okay with that, but I just wish he complemented it with a little bit more angulation built into his shoulder. I wish he was pushed back in his knee just a little bit more and had a little bit more bend to his hind leg. He gets just a little stilty off both ends is mainly where I'd change him, young lady. Off the back side of his shoulder, maybe a little high and a little flat, but yet he comes back into such a long muscle pattern in his hind quarter. Outstanding steer, and you should be very proud of him. Next calf here the young man has in the cowboy hat, moderate, chunky in terms of his bone. He's actually got quite a bit of muscularity laid on him. For me, balance-wise, we had several really good-looking Hereford steers. This guy's maybe just a little closer to average in terms of his length of hip and where it lays in. He's a little cut up in his flank relative to his bottom line. Maybe you could bend him back just a little bit differently in terms of his hock in his ankle. I want to compliment the young lady here at the end of the class, Lily. She's showing that calf for Jenna, and I appreciate her doing that and commend Jenna. This calf is really big-bodied, calf that's very mellow to the touch, maybe just a little fatter relative to giving up the most muscularity in this class. And so I like his kind. He's a functional steer that's huge-centered. Just like I said, need to be a little cleaner, a little higher cutability in terms of his general composition. What a great class. Congratulations to all of y'all. Very, very proud of y'all.
Hey, hey. 1, 2.
Results of Class 105 of your Hereford steers. Your champion Hereford steer goes at tag 724, exhibited by Logan Brick, steer weighing 1,350 pounds. Your reserve champion Hereford steer is exhibited by Reed Bishop, tag 725, steer weighing 1,355 pounds. In third place, Aubrey Wood. Fourth place, tag 728, Andra Music. Fifth place, tag 722, Alexis Watkins. Sixth place, tag 729, Delaney Chester. Seventh, tag 723, Tyler Bumgarner. And eighth place, tag 727, Jenna Norman. Now entering the ring is Class 106 of your main steers. And folks, don't forget that today's steer show is being broadcast live at showbarnflix.com thanks to the efforts of the Buckeye Beef Boosters. We'd like to recognize our sponsors today: MG Recent Connections, Transova Genetics, Performance Training Solutions, Woodside Veterinary Hospital, Armstrong Farms, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Heartland Feed Services, Weingartner Klingeman Show Cattle, Hess Family Cattle, Phantom Halter, and Legacy Vet Clinic.
Man, it's been a good show so far. Another really great class right here. I'm sure there's fans of every calf that's standing over here on this fence line, and there should be. And y'all should be very proud of the cattle you got, regardless if you won or lost. It's a good competition. The black steer that I'm starting, he's probably a little bit shorter and more moderate in terms of when you back off of the cattle. He's not giraffe-necked. He's a little shorter in the way that he ties there. But for me, it fits his overall package. I love this calf's hind leg. I like the way that he balances for a lighter steer from his chest back to his flank, but he's got that big, stout, functional, attractive hind leg. You put your hands down the top side of these cattle, and he's as good as any in terms of just the roar off the backside of his shoulder, the depth to his loin, and the evenness of his cover. He opens a little bit over his 12th and 13th, but whenever you handle him in his forerib and over the edge of his loin, I think he's right on the money in terms of his finish. That calf for me just comes together, just the most complete and just the best combination steer in this particular group. Cruz is a little man over here, the stocking-legged calf. Cruz, I know you're trying your heart out. This calf is naturally just a little lower headed, a little deeper chested, and I know you're trying to get his head up, and you just maybe don't quite have the muscularity in your bicep yet to get that accomplished versus the young man in front of you. He, in addition to that, wants to maybe roll a little out of his hip and get under himself ever so slightly when we walk the cattle. But, man, you talk about one that's every bit as big-backed as our class winner, that's a fraction bigger framed and longer-sided, just as deep. And even though I commented on his hind leg, he's killer good in terms of his function, in terms of his foot, and his running gear. That calf is so very wide-made and thick-ended. We maybe just need a little bit more there in terms of how he comes together and the cockiness of his front end when we've got the cattle moving and then standing still to prevail. The calf that we've got down here in the next slot, man, this guy from Blade Back I love. This guy is so very fresh. So good when I put my hands on him. His hip and stifle maybe just a shot bigger than the cattle I've got right in front of him. And so I love those components of that calf. Where I beat him, he gets just a little steeper in terms of his blade and his knee and where he turns out. His bottom line balance in terms of the way that he caves in a little bit more to the base of his heart relative to the depth of his flank, maybe just a little out of alignment. But, man, I love his color. I love his hide and his freshness and his muscularity. That's a well-presented calf. Whoever's got him ought to be very proud of the management that they put in on that beast right there. The calf we got coming in the next slot, young lady, I'm telling you, that's a close call from 1 to 4. You could get a different evaluator in here, and you could just as easily be first as you could fourth. This guy is so very good looking. I love the height of his chest, the cockiness of his front end, the length of his body, and the squareness of his hip, and he's got a good reach from behind. For me, in the end, when I put my hands on the cattle, that calf there is maybe a little closer to average in his back shape, maybe not quite as just fresh and full over his final ribs. It just gives up for me in terms of muscularity to back off the cattle. He's just a nickel tighter hearted, maybe not quite as good right there at the base of his body. The next calf right here, I love that calf in terms of levelness of top line, squareness of rump. I wish that calf maybe laid in a little differently in terms of the edge of his shoulder and the squareness to his knee. I'd like to open him up a little better in terms of the base of his forerib. Get your hands on him. He's just a little bit harsher right now. Needs to be a little mellower to the touch. The young man that comes at the end here, Danner, this calf is one that just a little bit harsh in terms of his structure and his finish today, but certainly square pin, moderate and chunky. Just needs to be a little softer. So congratulations, another outstanding class. If y'all could, put your hands together and congratulate those kids.
Results of Class 106 of your main steers. In first place goes a tag 732, exhibited by Heath Clay, steer weighing 1,322 pounds. In second place, tag 734, Cruz Robbins, steer weighing 1,370 pounds. Third place goes to tag 736, Blake Neal. Fourth place to tag 735, Jayla Reiser. Fifth place to tag 731, Shelby Robinson. And sixth place, tag 730, Danner White. Now exhibiting in the show ring is Class 107 of your main steers. Steers weighing 1,383 pounds up to 1,449.
Test. Test. I'll give it a shot. All right, hey, another great class here of heavyweight cattle. For me, when they walked in, this was the calf I gravitated towards. This calf, for me, just handles his lower joints a lot more pliably than the calf we got in second. Comes together with that show steer balance from the side that I'm after. A calf that from behind plenty big-ended. If I have any reservations, the calf in second is bigger down his top. Off the backside of his shoulder, he's got more spread and more depth. From there back into his loin edge, both those cattle are probably pretty equal in terms of amount of cover. I think they're both correct enough. This calf may be just a shade leaner, but very nice calf. I think he'll be competitive out here in a second. Every once in a while, he maybe brings himself up on his ankle or looks a little more mature to the top side of the crown of his head, but I think that's very minor. That's an awfully good steer. Calf we got in second is so massive. His cage, his back, he's got probably the most spread of anything in here. Huge-ended when you get him behind him. We put that guy in motion. This young man does a marvelous job, but you can't disguise the fact this calf just gets a little sluggish. He kind of moves like a sloth, and his joints maybe just aren't as soft while he's moving really sluggish, and so kind of snaps him as he goes. The calf that we got here in three, the snip-nose steer, one that's big outline, burly, and muscular, and going to bring plenty of carcass merit to the table. For me, as I sorted those cattle young men, he was just a little shorter and rounder out of his hip, maybe just a little deeper in his chest relative to how he balances in his flank. Maybe, although relatively sound in terms of the reach of his rear stride, just has a little more bend to it, and then just pokes up in his spine just a little bit in terms of how he maintains his balance and motion. Lily did an awesome job. Talked to her. She said this calf was a good eater, but just stayed a little bit hard. He's just a little bit leaner than he needs to be when I put my hands on him. Wish that calf was just a little fatter, a little more market ready. One that probably needed another 100 pounds or so to really be 12 o'clock for that particular calf. But I like the way he travels. Did an awesome job showing him. The little man down here at the end did an awesome job. He's got a calf that's a little smaller outline in this heavyweight class, and so sometimes you catch that in terms of the breaks of the class. But that's not why he's here. This calf, for me, he just gets a little tight in his hip-loin junction, maybe not quite as burly and muscular when you get him behind him relative to his framework, and maybe doesn't necessarily outmove the rest of the cattle. That doesn't mean he's not a good steer. Young man did a good job with him, really smooth in terms of the blend to his shoulder. A calf that when he stops and stands still is youthful in his look and fresh in his kind. Let's give all those kids a huge round of applause. They did a great job.
Results of Class 107 of your main steers. In first place goes a tag 741, exhibited by Logan Schrader, steer weighing 1,449 pounds. In second place, tag 740, exhibited by Owen Bailey, tag weighing 1,435 pounds. Third place goes a tag 738, Lincoln Winter. Fourth place goes a tag 739, Lily Snyder. Fifth place goes a tag 737, Ronan McCullough.
All right. Can y'all hear me okay? All right. So, hey, this was a great breed. Let's put our hands together, congratulate all the kids that showed in these two classes. Man, they did a nice job. I know y'all are proud of your kids, but again, just like the last division, super, super competitive. And so a lot of close calls and a lot of cattle that I sure like well. The lighter class, sure, one of the deepest classes that we've seen. And again, you can have your personal favorites. As I'm just studying the cattle individually, the calf that starts the class, although he's a little smaller package, man, he balances well. He's not that freak neck steer, but he's just so consistent in his lines. I love his hip and hind leg structure. I love his body. And then when you put your hands on him, for his frame and his weight, he's weighing about 13 1/4. That calf is incredibly big off the backside of his shoulder, incredibly big over his 13th rib. He is progressively thick when you get from there back, but his real highlight is up high and off the backside of his shoulder and his ribeye roll. The calf that we had second to him that Cruz has got over there, and Cruz is working his tail off. And I told him, hey, that calf just needs to be a little cockier, and he's doing the very best he can to get his head up, but there's times where the calf is just kind of looking a little bit head down, chest down, and where he gets a little bit waddled in terms of how he swings his hind legs. But that's a burly, sound, big back rig right there that sure came to play and ready to roll. The heavyweight class there, pair of nice cattle. I still thought it was pretty logical. The big steer there, so long-sided, so very thick-ended and big in his rump. That calf has got some performance to him, and he's awfully good. If I had to change him anywhere, off the backside of his shoulder, I'd make him a little bigger. I'd roll him a little bigger in terms of the shape to his forerib and down to the base of his heart, just to make it wedge in and blend and flow with his blade. Maybe just make him a little more youthful at the top side of his head, and every once in a while lay him to the ground just a little more comfortably. The calf that the young man has in the cowboy hat that was second, man, that is a big, burly, massive rig right there. He just gets a little snappy at the base of his joints. Just like to see that calf get out and just handle himself just a little bit differently. So I'm going to put the microphone down. We'll go out here and take one more look, and we'll select your champions.
Congratulations, your champion main steer was exhibited by Heath Clay, and your reserve champion goes to tag 734 Cruz Robbins.
Check. Check. 1, 2.
Second call, Class 111 market heifers. Second call, Class 111 market heifers.
Check, check. 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
This is your second call, Class 111 market heifers. Second call, Class 111 market heifers.
Test. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Test. Test 1, 2.
All right, here in our Simmental class, man, a good set of cattle, all the way down, just a good set of black-hided cattle. A lot of differences in terms of just finish and composition. Some maybe just a little fat, and then others just a little bit harsh. For me, the calf that I like the best from a carcass merit standpoint is also the soundest calf in the class, and so it makes the decision very, very easy. This calf here, he out-travels this one by a mile off of his hind leg. And then you get him behind him and just look at the sheer amount of muscle mass. Not only is he wide, but the link to his muscle pattern, that guy's going to put a lot of red meat on the fab floor. And then down his top, man, that guy's got a huge top. He can maybe be just a little bit fatter over his final ribs, but when you're that long body, there's a lot more distance between those ribs, and so it's hard to handle the glass smooth. But that's a nice calf. He's a little flatter haired, kind of got that semi-hair that's hard to stand up and be fuzzy and make you have that instantly kind of just soft appearance like we've got in the calf in second. But when you really break down the meat and potatoes of that calf, he's pretty darn good and pretty hard to beat. Congratulations to this young lady. The calf that we got here in second, he's a little shorter backed and a little fuzzier haired, and so you may like him at a glance versus that one. And he's a good looking booger that sure balances right from the side. He's so good in his top line. He's up fronted and cocky, but yet he's quiet in his disposition, and so I like that. That calf is proud. When we get him in motion, man, his hind leg just leaves a little bit to be desired. There's just not enough jungle cat in that hind leg. We got to have more reach. We got to have more bend for that calf to strike me as more competitive versus the one that starts. Young lady, you did a tip-top job, though, in terms of showmanship and on the feed bucket. He handles right on point. I really like the carcass merit of both of these cattle here in 1 and 2. Congratulations on a nice calf. We roll down here to this calf that's got 3 specks of white in his poll, and he's big outline and long-sided. There's a lot I like about that calf in terms of growth and performance and rib shape. He gets just a little bit shallower to the base of his heart and back into his flank, maybe rolls a little bit more out of his pin bone, not quite as big and burly and broad when you get him behind him. There's a little more set to some hairy legs back there on his hind wheel. That's an awfully good calf. My man Bentley's coming in. He had a real tall calf earlier he called Thunder. He calls this one Storm. Bentley's a catcher for his baseball team here. He said he enjoys baseball. But, Bentley, you got a sound calf. He's got more cowlicks than any calf we've had come through the ring. And so he's maybe at a glance not the sharpest looking. But then when you dive into him, that calf, like I said, pretty fundamental in his feet and legs. He's pretty honest in terms of his muscularity up high. Could be a little bit fatter over his ribs, but he's got some chub there in his brisket. And so just a little longer in his head, a little higher in his pole, a little ordinary in a few ways. But I think all in all, that's a good basic steer, Bentley. It was good to meet you today, bud. I don't know if you got any more calves, but you sure were a pleasure to talk to. The next calf that we've got here, a black steer that is a little cresty neck. I told this young lady, his back is about as big as anything I've handled all day. That calf right there will cut an 18 to 20-inch eye, and that's way out there. He is big-ended. That calf is just super, super stout. And I said he just handles a little bit like concrete. He's so hard when you put your hands into his forerib and over his final ribs. Just a calf I need to see a little bolder in terms of his forerib and a little softer and more mellow to convince me that he's got a good enough probability to grade choice. Could sound him up, just a nickel, but there's a lot I like about that young lady. He's just a little bit of a harder feeder, and that was unfortunate. Lily, I'm proud of you. This young lady told her doctor she wasn't going to wear a cast. She was just going to wear that finger brace or whatever because she was showing her calf at the state fair. And this black baldy she's got is super soft and smooth. He just needs a little more muscularity relative to being a little fatter in his brisket and just widen him out. That young lady did a nice job. I know she's got a big heart. Let's give Lily and all her companions there in that class a huge round of applause and congratulate them, please.
Results of Class 109 of your Simmental steers. In first place, and your champion goes to tag 752, Taylon Thompson. Your reserve champion goes to tag 750, Lily Owen. Third overall goes to tag 749, Jordan Fitz. Fourth place goes to tag 753, Bentley Webb. Fifth place, tag 748, Cadence Connolly. And sixth place, tag 751, Lillian Harder. And folks, don't forget that today's steer show is being broadcast live at showbarnflix.com thanks to the efforts of the Buckeye Beef Boosters. This initiative aims to give our juniors exhibitors wider recognition and enhance their fair experience. Please inform your friends and family who couldn't attend that they can watch the show online. We'd like to express our gratitude to our sponsors, MG Recip Connections, Transova Genetics, Performance Training Solutions, Woodside Veterinary Hospital, Armstrong Farms, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Heartland Feed Services, Weingartner Klingeman Show Cattle, Hess Family Cattle, Phantom Halter, and Legacy Vet Clinic. Your support is making a significant impact on our young agricultural leaders. Thank you again to our sponsors.
Well, we just got 4 cattle here in the AOB division, and so we got a pair of shorthorns up front, and then the black calf, and then the red Angus cross here, and so not a lot of inventory here. I think I was trying to remember back to the first time I judged State Fair. That's been 10-plus years ago. If I'm not mistaken, I think my champion actually came out of this division with an old yellow calf, but this is a good set of steers. Y'all should be proud of them. When you look at the weight sheet, the calf in the front and the calf in the back weigh in the 1,200s. And then the 2 big steers out here weigh well into the 1,500s. And so we don't really have any middle ground, so you just got to decide exactly where you want to land the plane. These 2 up front between the 2 shorthorns, totally different kind of cattle. They're honestly probably pretty similar in age, but I just like the stoutness of build of the one that starts the class, young lady. Your calf is the one that is just a little bigger in his feet, a little bigger and more rugged in his bone, bigger in his forearm. He is so sound in motion. Pigeons just a little bit, but super sound, going away, hip hop to ground. That guy is dead square in terms of the way he travels. And when I grab him in terms of his top shape, that guy's got a really square, expressive back, and so relative to his weight, I think he'll be the most impressive in terms of his cutout value. And he's very even in his finish. He just finished at a lighter weight. He's got a little more sheath. Like I said, not the biggest calf in the world, but I like his kind the best. The white calf that Kinsey's got here in second is he's a stubborn booger rolling around here. He's kind of like me. He's tall and white and slow. But this calf is one that's just got so much frame to him that it's hard for him to maybe balance at this point in time in terms of the length of his chest and his blade, where his flank line lays in him. There's nothing majorly wrong with him. There's just maybe nothing real special about him in terms of just back shape or thickness of pin or balance. He's just kind of solid everywhere you analyze him. I just like the ruggedness of the calf that starts just a little bit better. The black steer that comes next that Brandon's got. Brandon, that calf's big and growthy, obviously, long-bodied, very collected in his top line to be as long-bodied as he is. That calf, for me, gets a little cut up in his flank. I like to fill him down there for a big steer and then just match it up with his brisket just a little more evenly. I like to shorten his head and make it a little more youthful. Just like to see that steer a little fresher. He's just a little stale in his look today. The red skirt steer that closes the class, a good calf, market ready for his weight, even though he's weighing 12-something. He's smooth in his cover and mellow to the touch. Probably the mellowest steer in the class, honestly. He's got a little more of a hitch in his giddy up when he goes, not quite a sound off of either end, and so that's why he ends up in fourth. The young lady sure did a nice job. Let's put our hands together, congratulate those kids. I appreciate you supporting them.
Results of Class 110 of your AOB steers. In first place goes a tag 754, and also your champion AOB steer, exhibited by Jocelyn Belleville, steer weighing 1,250 pounds. Your reserve champion steer goes a tag 756, exhibited by Kinsey McKelvey, steer weighing 1,565 pounds. In third place, tag 757, Brandon Sahara. In fourth place, tag 755, exhibited by Riley Hereford.
All right. We'll see how the microphone goes here. It's kind of been a lottery. Scratch ticket each time. I don't know what I'm going to get each time in terms of its reception and the clarity of it. But, hey, do y'all mind putting your hands together? Let's congratulate all the kids out here in this market heifer class. I think we got one more after this. This was an exceptional group and very, very, very strong. I'm sure some of these will go on, and if they make breeding females, they'll have a lot of potential and upside to be very, very, potent in terms of their potential to generate some offspring. The heifer that wins here that Luke's got here, Luke, you kind of got a tiger by the tail here. She is constantly amped up and never really gives you a natural look. When she finally stopped and posed a second ago there before I made my call, man, when she does give you a look, it is wicked. And I like this one well in terms of her hind leg structure. She's presented probably the best just in terms of where we're at here in terms of just condition and hair coat and freshness to the top side of her neck. For me, she flows into the top side of her blade just ever so slightly better comparative to the smoke in second, and just her general level of balance, the thinness of her neckline relative to the softness of her center, and the flow of her parts and pieces just come together in a very minor way, just a little bit more flattering. When I put my hands on her, she's all you want. You know, there's plenty in the other two, but I just don't find a major hole in this one, Luke, other than her attitude. And so that's enough to win the class. The one we've got here in second, if I had her, I'd be disappointed because she's very, very good. You got to make a call, young lady, in terms of which direction you're going to go. She's every bit as thick when you get in behind her in terms of her hip and her stifle. She's the same frame score, same length of back, same boldness of body, probably just, good-haired, but not quite as soft-haired as that one, so a little harder to make that first impression. I'm not out here to sort them on hair. I got to dive in, figure out the little details. I do think the one in front of you out-handles you just ever so slightly across her loin and into their shoulder. Not that this one isn't way above average in that regard. This one comes apart a little bit more at the top of her blade. Her withers hang in there a little bit high. The connection of her neck maybe just a little bit lower, and the roundness to the edge of her shoulder, and then the thickness of her throat line. Just very minor differences. I like this heifer a great deal. You ought to be very, very proud of her. She may be just a little bit more sluggish in terms of how she uses her hock. It's set in there with plenty of cushion to her ankle, but maybe a little more sluggish at the point of her hock. The heaviest muscled, without a doubt, heifer is down here in 3. She's kind of rat-haired in terms of being curly and short, but you move in behind this gal, and you talk about the biggest caboose that we've seen in the class. This is her right here. Huge rib and loin in that one. Cocky fronted, absolutely a barrel in terms of her body cavity. She's a little more edgy in terms of her hind leg structure, a little more fragile in terms of the size of her forearm and front leg. Just want to see her put down a little more rugged of a structure to complement the extreme muscularity that she's got above. The Baldy coming here next, I had to take a double take on whether or not she was in the right class when she walked in because underneath her tail, she didn't have the proper geography for her vulva. It's down in between her twist. A young man said that she was a twin, so a free Martin, and so just a little different there. I'll be honest with you, young man, there's not any major holes in that one. It's just the 3 in front of you are a little bigger, a little stouter, a little wider. That one there for herself is plenty good. Wide hip, expressive, good looking, very, very cool up to her front end. Not the biggest in her hind leg. Hard to maybe factually come up with reasons why she needs to advance a little bit higher in that class, but from a quality standpoint, exceptional. Carly, your heifer right here, this paint, I like her well. She may be a little more up and down in terms of the verticalness of her rear leg assembly, but she is very expressive, maybe just not any heavier muscle than, again, the cattle in front of you, but still progressive. She's cocky fronted. She's got a little more waddle here in her throat line, just not quite as bent back as the main differences that I saw. Young lady coming here at the end has worked her tail off. This heifer has made her earn her trip here into the ring of the Ohio State Fair. I just need to see that heifer travel a little bit better, obviously. Once again, congratulations. That was a great set of heifers. I was very impressed. Congratulations.
Results of Class 111 of your market heifers. In first place goes to tag 761, exhibited by Luke Fulton. Second place went to tag 763, Hayden Shoemaker. Third place went to tag 762, Ashton Bain. Fourth to tag 758, Wyatt Conrad. Fifth overall to tag 759, Carly Havens. And sixth place to tag 760, Paige Veers. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class 112 of your market heifers.
Well, another really powerful division of market heifers. And, this heifer that starts the class, I like her to beat the one in second that Luke has that's so good looking at the ground. This female is just truer in terms of her foot, her release, her squareness, and just more functional in motion. She's not clipped the tightest, and so this one in second looks a little sharper around the corners, but fundamentally speaking, her functionality is complemented by her overwhelming body mass, her overwhelming muscle mass, and you could tell me when you sit back here in the audience, Ryan, that heifer there is a little thicker in her throat line and through her chest, or maybe her pin bone looks a little low relative to her tail head. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm just saying if she was clipped in a little tighter, I don't think it would be close. I think that heifer just fundamentally, factually, decisively wins the group. Congratulations, young lady. Luke, your heifer here in second. Again, if you're just sitting back and admiring the way they draw up from the side, you're going to tie into this one. She's cockier and cleaner in her neck. She is one that's so good in her lines. She's a little shorter hip. I think the length of hip in the one that is in front of you has an advantage. And then when we get them in motion, that's mainly, Luke, where I'd like to change your heifer. And standing still, she looks like the champion market heifer, but in motion for me, she's a little straighter than ideal in terms of her blade and her knee and the front leg position. And then from behind, maybe just doesn't bend quite as effectively. She maybe just tightens a little bit in her hip loin and tends to waddle up. The heifer that we've got coming down here in three, young lady, this is a nice heifer. I think you told me your name was Addie. Addie, this heifer is really got that good body shape. She's maybe not quite as just fresh and deep back into her rear ribbon flank as the two cattle in front of you. When she gets in motion, she separates just a little bit more in that area. Plus her blend from forerib to shoulder. Her shoulders widen out at their point just a little bit in terms of how she naturally stands. And so maybe just a combination of little things that to me is a little off kilter in terms of balance. She's a little shorter faced, maybe a little pointier in her poll just in terms of how things draw up here from the side. Outstanding heifer, big muscle. She's a little flatter through her stifle on a comparative basis was the other call that I made between those top three. The Charolais heifer that we got next, very slick-haired, right? And so you get past that and say, okay, what is she? Well, she's very heavy muscle, very expressive through her stifle, very round-bodied, not overly wide top, but square-loined. For me, she gets just a little rounder in her shoulder. They get a little bulkier in her body. Her chest floor, her neck, and her head maybe just look a little more ordinary. Her tail head is maybe a little out and up. I could fix a few of those things. Again, very minor differences, young man. You should be very proud of the job you did feeding that heifer. From a carcass standpoint, she's very good. The black heifer that comes in behind her that Riley's got that's cloudy-eyed, this heifer, like that smoke right there, really round-bodied, maybe a little softer centered, super thick when you get in behind her. She's got a little bit more engine to go with that caboose. Her shoulders stick a little further to the outside of her body, just a little bolder and rougher right there in that transition. Like to see her have a little more ruggedness of structure and flexibility when we get her in motion, just to match up with how powerful she is up high. Jack's got the big, tall outline heifer that closes the class. I told Jack, hey, in terms of motion, she's as sound as anything in the class. She's up-fronted, long-sided, and extended. Unfortunately, when you crawl up the ladder in terms of frame score, often you get a little challenged in terms of just the power, and she's a little flatter there in her stifle and her forerib. And so like to make her a little mellower to call her a market heifer as well from a finish standpoint. So, hey, how about we put our hands together, congratulate those kids. Outstanding set. We'll look at your champion.
Results of Class 112 of your market heifers. In first place, tag 768, Alicia Graham. In second place, tag 765, Luke Fulton. Third place goes to tag 766, Adeline Kaufman. Fourth place, tag 767, Grant Randallsberger. In fifth place, tag 769, Riley Bloomfield. And sixth place, tag 764, Jack Stingley. Now exhibiting in the ring will be the selection of your champion and reserve champion market heifer.
Well, these market heifer divisions are always a lot of fun. Oftentimes you're kind of caught in between because you're generally dealing with cattle that you chose to show as a market heifer because they're so revved up, so powerful that maybe the wheels come off on the bus. This was a lot of fun because we still got good wheels underneath a lot of power, and so it was a fun evaluation. That first class, I mean, there were several smokes in there. There was even a Baldy down the line a little bit that I really liked well as individual cattle. This heifer you have, Luke, is so cocky-fronted. I'm not sure I would want to show her. I'm glad you're on the halter and not me because she looks like she's about to take off and run over people at any given second, but she hasn't done that yet, and it adds to her kind of wickedness up front. Her body and muscularity is unreal relative to how moderate she is. When you get in behind her and study her from a three-quarter shot, and I invite y'all to do that, it is some good in terms of just having a big old rear end and being super round-bodied and yet blending into her blade with an exquisite transition, and then the coolness of the way her neck sits off the top of her blade is way cool. Young lady, your heifer back there, I do like her. She's a lot like this heifer in a lot of ways. When she gets around the ring, and I didn't really describe it maybe well enough a while ago, but she may be, the way I see her hinging her hip loin and the link to her stifle and the link to her hock in motion gets just a little bit edgy in terms of how she's parking on it, but that's being really critical because when you set her right there, she is very, very good. Well-balanced, muscular, and burly. We moved to that heavyweight class, and Alicia, I kind of sensed that maybe she was a senior. She said she was, and so maybe the last time she shows here at the state fair, and so congratulations to a senior. Alicia, I admired your heifer so much because fundamentally she is so very good on her feet and leg structure, and that's where livestock judging begins. Above that, you have a big-bodied, muscular heifer that checks the boxes in a lot of ways, right? When we come out here for champion selection, this one here is maybe a little cockier fronted, but she's not bad-necked, right? But she is a little fuller through her chest line. She maybe runs downhill ever so slightly, but part of that goes hand in hand with just how extremely functional she's built in her structure. And so very proud of these kiddos here. And then we had a really nice black heifer back there that Luke also exhibited. That's cocky, maybe just not as sound as this one. So one more time, can y'all put your hands together, congratulate our market heifer exhibitors. It's a close call. I know this one's functional, but this one here really fires me up. Luke, you're going to have the champion. Congratulations, bud. That was an awesome heifer. Congratulations. I think most folks that would stand out here would gravitate towards that one. She just, when you're judging livestock, it's all about instincts. As soon as cattle walk in the gate, most of the time you've made your call. And that one there hit me really, really strong when she came in. This heifer was in that same class, so sometimes psychologically it's difficult to overcome it when you have another heifer that hit a judge in a manner that says, oh, I got my heifer. And so psychologically, you maybe don't give the other ones enough credit thereafter if you don't say discipline. This heifer is so very good. Again, she's a little borderline for me in terms of hip and hind leg. I think the trade-off here is that she probably follows the kind of the one I already used a little closer, but at the same time, this one for me is so very functional that, that's a major argument there. And so either you kind of stick the two together, kind of look alike, or you trust your instincts in terms of function. And so either way, either one of you young ladies would deserve the banner in this selection. They're both very, very good. Today, I'm putting my money on function. Alicia, you're going to follow with our reserve champion. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, your champion market heifer goes to tag 765, exhibited by Luke Fulton. Your reserve champion goes to tag 768, Alicia Graham.
Well, we've got 5 divisions of crossbreds, and we start here in D1 in the lightest class. And, you know, we got some cattle here that still need more time, but if they were afforded it, I think they would continue to put the pounds on in an efficient manner. And, you know, there's some trade-off between the top 2. They're just more exciting components to the red-black nose calf that starts. This calf, I think his main advantage starts right there at the shavings. He's so much bigger in his paw. I mean, there's a deeper heel, there's more spread, there's more hoof. This guy's bigger in his forearm. He's squarer out of his hip and just a little freakier in terms of just the width when you get him behind the cattle. And he's still cockier out through his front end. The feature to maybe his upper head looks a little mature relative to his overall size, but it goes along with the power built in his forearm and his bone. Super expressive down his top. He's a shade leaner than that one. I actually see that as an advantage in this class. Again, he's never going to be the biggest framed. He's a little smaller outline, but I do think he has a little more continuation to him than the calf in second. The calf that we've got here in second, super soft. He's softer and mellower in terms of his rib cage. And you put your hands down at his top. He's very, very big. Maybe not quite as expressive as that one, but still really big and really smooth. You've done a nice job, young lady, feeding that calf. He's a little fuller in his chest, a little rounder to the edge of his shoulder. Maybe the biggest problem with him is he's missing some of that hair in his tail head, so it detracts from his balance. He's a little shorter across the plane of his hip, though, just from the side. Maybe not quite as big-footed. I'd like to square him up a little to the outer edge of his hoof wall. The next calf that's scurred here and has no hair, this is a good calf. He just needs hair and he needs time. He needs early August was too early for him to show in terms of his 12 o'clock endpoint. We could put another 60 days or even 90 days on that calf, and I think that calf would be a big, stout heavyweight. He's actually very expressive, even though he looks a little skinnier bellied from the side. The young man's blue roan that comes next is made a little bit like a meatball. This guy's packed full of muscle. He's just not very long-bodied. He's a little quick and early maturing. I just need more grow. That calf is probably a little too jammed up for cattle that we're after in our industry today. Keina has got a calf at the end of the group, and Keina, I was talking to him, said he's a senior, said he's going to go back into production ag and raise cattle and work for a row cropping farm, and so I love to see that. You know, sometimes we get a little bit too headstrong about college, and I teach at a college, but for a lot of pathways, just going into production livestock is what I respect about these young ag kids the most. And so I wish you the best. Your calf is just a little tilted forward on his front end, and so that's the problem. But I think from there back on the feed bucket, you got him covered. He's very smooth, very muscular, just didn't have the wheels to compete. So let's give Keina and his cohorts a nice round of applause on a good lightweight class.
Results of Class 113 of your Division 1 crossbred steers. In first place goes a tag 773, exhibited by Braden Cummings. In second place, tag 774, exhibited by Adeline Sorkin. Third place goes a tag 772, Trace Bryan. Fourth place, a tag 771, Trevin Red. And fifth place, a tag 770, Kane Sullivan. Now entering the ring is Class 114 of your Division 1 crossbred steers.
Well, a super competitive lightweight class and a ball to get to judge them. There's several cattle in here and I like, and y'all may have different picks as we poll the audience. The black and white one here, the main problem is the focus of your binoculars. This guy's so wild colored, it takes a moment just to hone in and really figure out what his general outline is. As you get into this calf for a lightweight class, as I analyze him versus the two standing in behind him, he's the same hip height, but I think he's a shade longer bodied. I think he's a shade longer hip and longer necked than the other two cattle. I like the squareness to his hip. I put my hands on him. He's as big and square and honest over his back as any of them, and I think he has an advantage there versus 2 and 3. He's got a big forearm and a good reach. I mean, whenever you watch him stride, most of the time it's adequate. He brings the point of his hock in slightly, and I would change his back feet just ever so slightly. But in terms of just that cocky, balanced show steer look from the side with big pipe and the biggest back, I think he puts it together. The black steer here in second, very fundamental and very complete. I don't know that he's quite as eccentric as that one in terms of just natural width or bone or ruggedness. Maybe not quite as cocky through his chest or length of neck as that one that's in front of him. But young man, you got a very complete show steer here. He handles very big out of his top. To me, it gives it up a little bit in terms of base width as you follow him from behind through his stifle into the ground. Nice calf, no major holes, mellow to the touch, market ready and honest in his handle. And I thought that was a nice pair of cattle. Young man, you ought to be real proud of the calf that you got there. You know, I'll be honest with you, when they walked in, I kind of thought this silver 1 and 3 was going to be my class winner. This young man should be very proud of that calf. He's super good in terms of softness of hind leg. That's where you're drawn to him, is how cushion, just how bendable he is back there in his rear ankle. Maybe to the point it's a little too soft, but I'll let y'all decide that. Mainly for me, as I started to get into that calf from a compositional standpoint, for me, he's carrying a little more brisket. Down his top, he's firm, but he's not as maybe square and genuine off the backside of his shoulder, maybe not quite as square hipped. He really has a tendency to drop that pin bone, and yet he still comes up shorter in his stride. And to me, that was the key evaluation on that calf. If we're going to drop their hip, we better outstride them in terms of reach, and yet he comes up the shortest of those top 3 in terms of grabbing his front footprint. The calf that we've got next in line, I'll be honest, and a young man probably would agree with me, I never got a great look at him. He's always sidestepping when we're walking the cattle. Anytime you have one fighting you like this, it's real difficult to bring a great impression to the judge because he's just never in his natural stance. When this calf sits still on the side, he is cocky neck. He's got a big burly back in him. He's bold-bodied, square in his upper hip. He just needed to cooperate better today. He's a little cresty neck, maybe a little down in his chest floor relative to how it balances back into his flank. Again, I think he's sound. Do I think he's perfect? No, but it was just a little hard to evaluate. I maybe never got a true read on that relative to the calf's behavior. The young man in the cowboy hat coming next, you talking about a beautiful colored steer. He has worked his tail off to get his hair coat in shape, and he handles awesome in terms of just that instantly fresh placement of your paw to his rib cage. That calf, for me, is balanced, and he's probably one that a lot of the audience likes. For me, young man, when we get him in motion, he's a little post-legged in terms of his rear leg. I need to see that calf bend and flex more athletically if I'm going to entertain the idea of moving him up the lineup. He's just a little bit flatter in terms of just his jawline and skull as well, but that's being picky. I thought that was a good calf. I don't know that he's any more muscular than the rest of the cattle, but still way above average. This young lady right here, you do a fine job showing. I don't know how you always finish showmanship-wise, but it's got to be high. I love the presence you give your cattle. It's like you're at the backdrop all the time in terms of being ears forward and having that neck elevated. He is cool looking in his lines. Young lady, for me, he gets a little closed up in his rear feet. He kind of brings his hock in. He doesn't grab and flex as squarely hip hock to ground as I'd like to see. When I put my hands on him, he's got some cover in his forearm, but maybe a little uneven as you bring your hands back over his final ribs. The young man right here sure did a nice job as well. Deep-bodied, moderate frame, mellow, practical-looking calf. I'd like to extend his neck, lay his blade and knee back in him, and square him up and make him sounder up front. He's not quite as rugged in terms of his rear ankle size. Good calf. I like a lot of practicality in that steer in terms of his center body. Blake, you're doing a good job. I know your calf wants to leave. Blake said he raised that calf himself on an embryo that he put in, and I applaud this young man for raising that calf. This one is big-legged. The problem with this calf, I told Blake, he looks a little his head looks like he should be maybe heavier than what he is. And then he's a little empty in his flank, and so that just kind of throws his proportions off just a little bit. But that calf's got big feet. He's big in his forearm. He's stout in his upper hip. He's just ever so close to the line of being right where we need, but maybe just a little out of proportion from the side. The young lady here at the end of the class, sweetie, you did a great job. And that's, for most classes, not a last place steer. That's a good steer. He's practical. He doesn't have any hair, but I love his depth of body, his depth of heart, his depth of flank. Very square in terms of his hip. A little high and short in his tail head and hip. A little posty off both ends and just a little jammed up in his neck. Those are, again, minor things in a very deep class. Don't hold your head down because that's a good steer. He was just in a very tough class. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those kids.
Results of Class 114 of your crossbred steers. In first place goes to tag 776, exhibited by Colby Hoffman, steer weighing 1,199 pounds. In second place, tag 778, Wyatt King, steer weighing 1,199 pounds. In third place goes to tag 779, Carson Barton. Fourth place goes to tag 777, exhibited by Brock Lyons. Fifth place to tag 775, Trenton Braska. In sixth place, tag 780, Shelby Robinson. Seventh, tag 782, Drew Weymouth. And in eighth place, tag 783, Blake Osborne. Now exhibiting in the ring was the selection of your champion Division I crossbred steer.
Well, a good start to our crossbred division here. The red-black nose calf, a little different in terms of color, but man, he is not different in terms of his parts and pieces. This guy has got such a big arm, such a big back, and such a big upper hip and big leg from behind, and he's got the right bend and curvature to that hock and that ankle that he immediately catches your attention. Like I said, he's maybe just a little less fresh, I will say. I'm betting not an age deal. Just genetically, just the crown of his head and everything sits in there just a little more mature. But that calf is really cool. I said it a second ago, but I like the fact of where his composition is. If we're going to, say, okay, yeah, let's send him to the rail today, and I understand some market show, well, yeah, he's probably a little raw, but in terms of a lightweight that still has a maturity pattern that could add another 100 pounds if we were afforded the opportunity, I think that calf can do that. And so I know that's a mixed argument in terms of how you want to see what I just said, but I do like the quality of that booger right there. That second place calf back there, that calf's body and mellowness and practicality is awfully good. He gets a little lazy or piecey at times in terms of his eccentric balance pieces here from the side, but good cattle. We stepped into that heavier class, and we got this wild marked black and white calf that the young man's got. Bud, you do a good job. Y'all are a good team. This calf's very calm and easy going. This calf, I just love his length of body relative to this moderate frame score. I love the pipe in terms of the size of his front leg, the size of his front feet, and he's got a huge spread up top. So a very good calf. The black calf back there, very complete. And like I said, nothing magical about that steer, but I think part for part, hard to put major holes in him, okay? Let's put our hands together, congratulate these kids, and we'll select your champion.
Congratulations, your champion Division I crossbred steer is exhibited by tag 777, Colby Hoffman. And for Colby steps tag 778, Wyatt King.
Hey, I don't want to get too long-winded, and I know we need to get finished at a reasonable time, but I'll say it again. We said it at the reserve selection of the market heifers. That was a close call. Both those gals a second ago deserved, honestly, the banner because they had quality cattle. We're in exactly the same scenario, same song, different verse here in D1. We got a calf that's a little more tricked out versus a calf that's a little more fundamental and sounder up front, and the way he lays his blade in probably a little neater. And so you can have your pick of them however you want to do it. I'm going to lean towards the black steer that was second behind our champion. Congratulations.
And your reserve champion Division 1 crossbred steer goes to tag 778, exhibited by Wyatt King. This time, we'd also like to say thanks to the Buckeye Beef Boosters and all of the sponsors. The Buckeye Beef Boosters is a newly formed organization this year, and the aim of that organization is to provide all of our exhibitors with different opportunities to win different awards and also to have today's shows sponsored. So big thanks to the Buckeye Beef Boosters. We will be recognizing several of our outstanding exhibitors today. As your name is called, please make your way to the announcer's table to receive your award, once again sponsored by the newly formed Buckeye Beef Boosters. This time, we'd also like to recognize and say thank you to the Krimpaski family for sponsoring all of today's Champion and Reserve Champion crossbred steer banners. Big thanks to the Krimpaski family. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the Ohio Cattlemen's Association is hosting their annual Cattlemen's Gala celebration and fundraiser there August 24th at the Delaware County Fairgrounds. We'd love to have you join us at 5:30 p.m. as all the proceeds that will be raised that evening will go to benefit the Ohio Cattlemen's Foundation Youth Scholarship Fund. So once again, don't forget to join the Ohio Cattlemen's Association at the Cattlemen's Gala August 24th at the Delaware County Fairgrounds.
Well, we're moving into D2. This is a very interesting class. There's a lot of good cattle, and so don't take this comment too harsh, but there's not necessarily one that's built perfect. And so as you're out here trying to watch them travel, you're having a lot of give and take go across your mind, having to make decisions on, well, that one's a little bow-legged, that one's a little posterior-legged, things of that nature. And so how do you weigh that out? There's a lot of discrepancies maybe in terms of the latitude you may be allowed in interpretation of exactly where we're at structurally. I do think that standing still, this black baldy looks like the class winner. Young lady, so you are the class winner. This calf has just got that cocky front with a youthful looking neck and head. That calf and the way he draws back, he's got that body cavity I'm after. It's bold, it's deep, up high, it's muscular. He's got that wrap to a stifle from the side. His tail head lays in perfect, and he's got a good silhouette to the assembly to his hind leg from a trackness standpoint. We get him in motion, and yes, like I've already stated, he's not exactly 100 on his hind leg, but he's well north of 50, and so he's going to be the class winner. The black steer that we got next in line, I would argue that he's probably the soundest steer of those that I'm considering, and so that's why I have him in this slot. I'm going to tell y'all that when you look at him from a first glance, first impression standpoint, he has a little more chest, and the bottom half of his hair laying on his body and abdomen lays down. And I'm sure you're probably sick of that because you've been trying to blow it and get it to stand up. But that in tandem doesn't make the strongest first impression. And so some of y'all aren't going to be blown away by that calf. But if you get in and study the cattle, I think, again, his hip and hind leg is as honest as any of the four. Up high, he's good. I will say that I thought he gave up a little bit to the cattle around you. I would add a little more punch right to the center of his stifle. But he is up-fronted, good topped, and got a good hind leg on him, so I land him second. We move into a pair of smokes that are awfully good. They're both loaded with muscle. This guy right here has got a big barrel for a rib cage. His rib cage is what I'm after. His muscularity through his stifle is what I'm after. He's got a big shape turning over his loin edge. Young man does a nice job. This calf, if I had to change him anywhere, he gets just a little bowed in his hind leg, and he just really wants to curl up and knuckle on that rear ankle. He just never quite got comfortable enough for me to be sold on him. As good as I like his rib cage, as good as I like his composition. And so a lot of parts here just a little short of the finish line there on his hind leg. The young man coming next is probably a little ready to be done with this class because his calf was, he looked like he needed to be on timeout with his nose in the corner. He just never sat still, never behaved. This calf's a little chuffy in his chest. It sits a little low. His hip's a little short. I think the calf has probably got more good than bad in terms of soundness, but it's a little hard to calculate on the go based on him sidestepping. I'd mainly like to change his balance just a little bit, but a good calf. Young man did a nice job. If you're looking for the one that's fit and clipped the best, it's here in this slot. The young lady does a marvelous job. Standing still, he's the no doubt class winner. He's got a great big firm back shape, and I know you're looking to win that class, and to me the call is his hind leg. That guy's just awfully posty in terms of his reach of stride, and so for me, I just don't find it quite good enough. If you find it good enough, then that would be the calf you use to win the class. The black steer coming next in the group, kind of fuzzy-haired, bold-bodied. He's a little thicker in his throat line, a little lower like a turtle in terms of his neck out of his shoulder. This calf maybe falls off in his hip and gets a little shorter from hooks to pins relative to his hip height. I just need to extend him in that area of his body. I need to see that calf, young lady, travel with just a little more bend and function in his lower joints. That's a good calf. He's very close to the mark in a very competitive class. It's just, again, small margins of differences in terms of how I read balance and structure. Young man in the cowboy hat certainly worked his butt off out here. Bud, you got a good, practical, deep steer. He gets a little piecey for me in terms of his top line. He sinks in his chest floor and fills up through his sternum. That calf, for me, just needs to balance a little cleaner and sharper from the side. He can fill his front track, but it's maybe not quite as attractive in the way that he does it. The black calf coming next, that's got skurs. This guy's loaded with muscle, round rib, cuts up in his flank, gets a little tighter with a little extra set in tandem off of his rear leg, not quite as comfortable in the blade of his blade or knee up front. Next calf right here, same story. He's a little leveler perhaps, and he's shorter back, but that calf off both ends, young lady, I just like to make him sounder. That's as simple as I can tell it to you. Don't hold your head down because he did a good job. He just didn't have the right tires on the automobile for that one to get up further in the lineup. Same story with the next calf, just a little off in terms of how he searches out of his front end when he travels. Good long-bodied steer. It's got some frame and some growth. Got some muscularity to him. Not the problem, young lady. I just need to see that calf different on his feet and legs. Young lady, I didn't have a chance to talk to you as much as I wish to here down on the end, but again, this calf, like several in front of you here, just needs a new set of wheels for me to work him up the lineup. But that calf, I think, is good and clean and high cutability in his composition. I don't think you did anything wrong. Just the calf, like I said, didn't have the tires to go. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause. I'm sure they worked their tails off all year to get here to the state fair, and they sure deserve it.
Your results of Class 115 of your Division II crossbred steers. In first place goes to tag 785, exhibited by Aubrey Wood. In second place, tag 789, exhibited by J.C. Yelton. Third place goes to tag 784, Henry Farthing. Fourth place goes to tag 792, Garrett Riddlesberger. In fifth place, tag 794, Kendall Bishop. Sixth place, Madison Fry. Seventh place, Case White. Eighth place, Kane Sullivan. Ninth, Tessa Lyons. 10th, Addison Foreman. And 11th place, Raylana Moore. Now entering the ring is Class 116 of your crossbred steers, weighing 1,280 up to 1,323 pounds. Second and call, Class 118, crossbred steers. Second and call, Class 118.
All right. Well, it felt like we were on Jeopardy a little bit here. I spent too much time. I know that, but I want to make sure that the answer I write down on my final card is in my heart where I want to be. And these kids have worked too hard all year long to see it any different. Can y'all put your hands together? Let's pump it up and show these kids how impressed we are with their cattle. I mean, you talk about an impressive group. This is one tremendously good crossbred class, and I'm sure there's more to come, but this was very, very fun. My heart was in a lot of different areas, and I told you I got to settle there and find it, but I will tell y'all, just to be transparent, when the cattle walked in, this was my class winner. It got closer when we got on the rear view because there's other cattle in here that have a bit more punch out of their hip and more shape down their top. But yet, the more I study the cattle and start circling them and coming back to what it is I truly like and favor, that is how they're built at the ground. And this guy is, him and the one in second are second to none in that regard. Versus the one in second, to me, he's a little bigger in his ankle, a little bigger in his feet. He's a calf that when you put your hands on him is actually a little bit firmer and a little bit leaner to the touch. The one in second, I love his practicality. Maybe just pushing the envelope a little bit on fat cover, like to lean him just a nickel. The calf, though, that I start, I just think things proportion so right. I know he's a little low in his pin set, but I think he's stronger from hooks to scapula. A calf that blends his shoulder onto his body so well. He's a little shorter in terms of his muzzle length, but I think it matches the overall calf. When I just sit back and study what I like from the side and study him in motion, that calf collectively is the one that puts the build together that I'm truly after. That's not to take away from the build in this one in second, because I do really like this guy. In motion, he is flawless in terms of his step and just his symmetry. That calf's got a beautiful hind leg to him. It's not, I would say, the burliest, but going to the ground, it is so very consistent. He is so very big-bodied and practical. It's a little bit to his discount because he's so deep-bellied at his sheath, but yet he doesn't necessarily have as much flank hair laying in there, and so I try not to hurt him for that because, I think his general lower line from his sheath forward into his chest is actually pretty darn good. This calf's a little thicker in terms of his throat. He's just a little fatter in terms of his chest from the front view, and I put my hands on him. There's just a little more chub there. I wish that calf was probably 1/10 to 2/10 leaner just from a cutability standpoint. I really like those calves well. They're there in 1 and 2 because they're sound and they're functional livestock, and you could go either way on them truly. This calf's got just a little more muscularity. The other one's just a little bit leaner and bigger footed. The one we've got here in 3 certainly is one that I entertain starting. This calf is probably, just in terms of his natural demeanor, being cocky and out here to win it. The calf I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the kid because he's doing a great job. He's probably just a little more sluggish. The heat may be getting to him just a little bit more. He's a little more naturally neck down in terms of the center of his blade. I love his length of neck. I love his length of body, his squareness of hip. Of the top 3, he's the heaviest muscled and most correct compositionally. He's got a roaring big back in him, and so I like that about him. We get him in motion, and I'm not telling you he's bad livestock by any margin, but his foot size is just a little smaller. I don't know that he's maybe quite as just absolutely pliable as those top 2, maybe not quite as just generally athletic as those 2. This Blue Roan, I'll be honest, when you have a Blue Roan walk through the gate, in terms of most cattlemen, they discount them a little bit. Well, that Blue Roan, that can't be very good. And so you're fighting an uphill battle. But when you really dive into this Blue Roan, this guy is quite good. And I know you probably feel like you should win the class, and I think you got a good enough calf to entertain that idea. This calf has got a big burly body in him. He's long-sided. Standing there, I think he's got a stout hind leg. He's long neck. There's nothing majorly wrong here. I love what comes together. We get him in motion. To me, he lengthens in his blade just a little bit. He's maybe a rib long where he comes apart just ever so slightly in terms of his hip loin. Part of that's a little bit his color pattern, how that white lays over his loin in front of his hook. I would like to square that calf up going away. He kind of brings the point of his hock in. Very minor calls. Young man, you ought to be very, very proud of that calf. You brought a darn good one. There's 4 very good ones in this top end of this class. The one that we got in 5 here, the young lady's got super, super good. You talk about a smoking good look from the side. This silver calf has got the lines and the look that you're after. He's got a big upper hip and center stifle. I like the shape and the roll to it from the side in terms of that, the pop to that stifle, the curvature to the backside of his round. He's got the look, young lady. That's not the problem. When I put my hands on him, when I start studying the top several,
This calf probably gets us a little closer to average in terms of his general ribeye shape and his loin eye shape, relative to maybe not outdoing him in terms of structure. And so from behind, I'd like to see him a little square, a little more flexible in terms of how he bends and flexes that ankle and that hock. And same story, a little bit up front. It gets a shade knock-kneed, and those are very minor. That's a big-time show steer, I'm sure, that she had high hopes for. The black calf that comes next, he's just a little curled up on his ankle and rear foot. Sure, a good-looking rascal. He's a little longer, maybe muzzled, but he's long-necked, a calf that's big in his upper hip. I never got my hands on him, to be frank. He's kind of a kicker. I don't really want my knee punched in. This calf is really firm, but he looks just a little harsher over his last ribs. Again, I'm speculating because I didn't want to get hurt. But the black paint calf coming next, a steer that's really deep, really practical, fitted to the nines. Young lady, you've done everything you possibly could, believe me, in terms of hanging in a tough class. This calf is a little chuffier and shorter in his neckline, a little deeper and fuller through his chest, just a fraction shorter in his hip. When we move the cattle, the main thing is that for me, off all fours, he kind of turns them out, doesn't stay as square and flexible in terms of his foot placement. When I back off the cattle, I know I critique him a little bit, but that is a high-quality, freshly presented, fresh-centered steer. Young lady, you did a great job. This black calf that comes next, a little heavier in his shoulder and deeper in his chest, he's a meatball everywhere else, and his rib cage is burly. There's a lot of good to that calf, just a little uglier down through his chest and his front end. The strip-faced, stock-and-legged calf that comes next, you talk about a good practical steer. Doesn't have all the bells and whistles of the rest of the cattle from a balance and attractiveness of hind leg standpoint. Maybe a little chuffier relative to being a little closer to average in terms of red meat. The black calf, young lady, that you've got, I love the leanness of his lines. In this class, he looked a little like a prospect or progress steer in amongst a bunch of burly, fat, chubby steers. And so that's kind of why he ended up here. But just needs more time on feed. Let's put our hands together one more time. I appreciate it at the front end. Let's congratulate those kids. It takes a lot of money and effort and work on those kids and families' parts to put together a set like that.
Results of Class 116 of your crossbred steers. In first place goes a tag 798, exhibited by Wyatt Binkley. Second place goes a tag 804, Mason Kinney. Third place goes a tag 800, Chase Wharton. In fourth place goes a tag 803, Wyatt King. Fifth place goes a tag 802, Whitney Emmerling. Sixth place goes to Jaya Reisler. In seventh place, McKenna Rankin. Eighth place, Grace Tuttle. Ninth, Mason Harder. And 10th, Entre Music. Now entering the ring is class number 117 of your Division II crossbred steers.
Well, it's getting really good. We've had some heater classes here, and this one's no different. I don't know if it's quite as deep as the last class, but on the top end, we sure have a lot of fireworks. This calf that hit the ring here at the White Sheath, he hit me very, very hard. This calf has got such a presence up through his front end to still be that big-legged, to still be that big-bodied. That calf has got just a high degree of balance from front to back when you start analyzing him from the side. I love his frame. I like his proportionality. I like him in terms of his general level of soundness, particularly out of his front end. The critics, when he goes around the ring, are going to say, well, that calf, Ryan, he pops his ankle a little bit. Standing still, that guy's extraordinarily sound. I don't know why he's popping his ankle just a little bit, but I don't think it's any problems with the general level of structural soundness in that particular class. He is so big-bodied, so wide, and so very massive and very smooth to the touch. I love this calf in second. It's a close call in terms of after you dive back in and really start studying the facts, because this guy is probably a little more expressive in terms of his top shape. He's a little more expressive through his upper hip, but maybe not overly bearing down through his stifle. I'd widen his base just a little bit. I'd maybe put his tail head in him just ever so slightly, a little bit lower. When we move the cattle, to me, the way he hits the ground is sound, but maybe just hits it a little harder in terms of the action of his hock versus the one that I started in terms of that general level of soundness. And so, good-looking calf, super tall-fronted, just a pair of very, very good cattle that are going to be fun to look at again here in a second. When we move into 3, this young man in the cowboy hat has one that is really, really burly and really stout. This calf has got just that big, rib cage in him in terms of just that boldness, that big forearm. He gets a little thicker in his throat line, maybe just a nickel shorter in terms of his hip. I put my hands over him. He maybe opens just a nickel in terms of his shoulder. I'd like to see maybe just a fraction more length built into his ankle. Then we move into the calf down here in 4, and this calf is awfully nice. He gets as well, like this one, maybe just a little bit more conventional in terms of how his neckline and his chest floor lay in him. Maybe not quite as sporty up there. He's a calf that, going off of his rear two, tends to get a little upright in terms of his ankle set and just kind of raise his top and lower his neck. And just doesn't maybe balance quite as effectively in motion. But that's an awfully nice calf. Young lady should be very proud of. He protrudes down just a little bit in his chest floor relative to that flank and mid-body he's got. The next calf coming here, a little bigger outline, stretchier type steer, huge front leg and forearm. That calf gets a little piecier down his top line. He looks a little bare in his forerib, and he handles the same. I wish that calf were just a little softer, just a little mellower to the touch. I like to bring his top line together a little more effectively and bring his flank down to move him up the lineup. The calf here that's got the belt on his side, a nice calf. There's not as much maybe lower wrap to his rounded stifle from the side. He's a calf that's a little higher off the ground in terms of his belly and heart and flank. A calf that is nice in terms of top line, smooth in the way he blends in his shoulder, but just not necessarily as bulky and just husky as those cattle that are right in front of him. There's no doubt the one that comes next is burly, though. The young lady has one here that from blade back can hang with any of them. He's got a monster forearm and a lot of leg hair there. That calf, for me, just a little too round in his shoulder, a little too low in his neck set, a little too thick and cresty in terms of just the feature of his upper neck, and just a little larger in his head set relative to his overall balance. The black calf coming next, he's just a little frail standing next to that calf that we've got standing right in front of him in the lineup. He's a nice outline calf, smooth, tall-fronted, got some cover on him. Just a calf that gets a little bit outdone in terms of total stoutness and ruggedness at the ground. Nice calf that comes next, just a little tilted forward in his knee and turned out up front. But the young lady sure did a nice job showing him. I think he's got quality. I just maybe need to make him better structurally. The little guy over there on the fence line there, it's got a paint steer that just gets a little more hook to that hind leg, maybe curls up on that ankle, just not quite as comfortable, a little crestier, more mature. Told the young lady here on the end, she had a nice outline calf, just one that's a little narrower gauge, a little tighter bellied, and needs to be a little bit softer in his structure. So another nice class. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those kids on our third class in D2.
Results of Class 117 of your Division II crossbred steers. In first place goes to tag 810, exhibited by Delaney Jones. Second place goes to tag 808, Cohen Ginther. Third place goes to tag 805, Tanner Butcher. Fourth place, tag 813, Morgan Neal. Fifth place, tag 809, Reese Toller. Sixth, Baylor Perry. Seventh, Madison Fry. Eighth, Carter Boyd. Ninth, Riley Schindler. 10th, Grayson Vent. And 11th, Emily Scott. Now exhibiting in the ring is a selection of your champion Division II crossbred steer.
All right. Well, hey, I've had a lot of fun in this division, and I'm sure y'all have too, watching the kids show and exhibit at such a high level. This Baldy that won the first class, there was, I thought, just a presence about him in that particular group that stood out. He's muscular and he's lean, but yet market ready. That calf is really, really nice. Not perfect in his hind leg in terms of bend, but that's a very good steer. Good second place calf, very sound out there and behind him. We moved to that middle class, and I know I took a lot of time on that one. It was just a byproduct of just the extreme depth and competitiveness of so many show steers in that particular class. You could probably get a lot of different people behind the microphone, and they're going to have different picks, different favorites, and that's what makes this a lot of fun. This calf, if your priority was just maxing them out muscularity-wise, is probably not going to be at the top of your list. But if your priority is structural soundness and balance, then that calf is to me, the calf that you would have to have in mind. You know, he's a little low pin, like I said, just a little closer to average in terms of muscle. But that calf, where he's good, he is way, way good. That second place steer in behind him, I love that calf at the ground. He was just a little fatter than ideal, but that calf is so very complete and good in terms of his type and kind. We come out here with the pair that just topped the last class, and the young lady's calf, I'll just say, he just hit me so very hard when he came in the ring as one of those instant really good ones in terms of that super long neck with a stout skull and jawline, coming back into a really smooth blade and a big forearm that bends correctly, and then just a frame and body match that really, really proportions out right, and a big stout hind leg that he sits off of very attractively on this side. He came back in here and he's a little bit cramped up in terms of how willing he is to put weight on that back left. And so that kind of puts things in a pickle a little bit in terms of interpretations. But at the end of the day, you make calls and you go on, right? That calf, from a structural build standpoint, to me from the side, I already said, I do think that his angles lay in very, very elitely, and you can see it there from the side. So we'll make one last round around them, and then we'll make a call. How about we put our hands together and make some noise for these kids in D2? It was quite an exhibition. Hey, that second place calf here, a little more frame, a little more length. I'd like to amp him up a little bit relative to that in terms of his lower stifle. That is a gorgeous show steer from the side, young man. You gotta hold your head high. Be proud of that one there. For me, it was a 2-horse contest. The young man's class winner out of that middle class will be your reserve. Very close. Congratulations to you.
Your reserve champion, Division II, crossbred steers. And at Class 116 goes to tag 798, exhibited by Wyatt Binkley. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is Class 118 of your Division III crossbred steers.
continues to sustain in terms of strength of cattle here. We're moving into a division that is right there where they're going to be market ready, and they're going to be burly, and they're going to be good. And this gold steer really sets the standard well for me in this group. They talk about one that from the side balances just ever so well. You know, from the side, it's very difficult to put a hole in that one. I like his general frame score. I like his depth of rib relative to his length of leg. Everything just kind of makes sense. His height of shoulder relative to his tail head and the way he draws down to the base of his foot from behind. It just all blends together so very well. He's got extra length of body to hold his top line, so very consistent. And with that extra length, he's longer from blades forward and hook bone back, and just really seals the deal. From a carcass standpoint, he is so very muscular up high. He's still high cutability, trim in his brisket and lower third, but yet marketed ready enough to grade. I think that's an awesome steer. Congratulations to you. Calf that we got here in second. I don't want to take anything away from him because he is every bit as burly and maybe more some in terms of his center cage. Down his top, he's maybe even a little square over his loin edge, and every bit as thick through the base of his stifle. He's super sound, young man. I love your calf. When I back off of him from this angle, his front leg looks a little short, just relative to how overwhelmingly deep he is relative to that gold steer. It's a little more elevated and trendy looking from the side. He's not as big-legged or as big in his paws right at the shavings as that one that beat you as well. And so those are just a few very minor things. Pair of cattle I like a great deal. We move into the black steer with a little bit of chrome on him here in 3. And this calf from the side, electric in terms of his lines, dead level in his spine, tall fronted, neat bladed in terms of the flow of his shoulder into the side of his body wall. This calf's a little tighter and flatter into the base of his forerib and heart, maybe not just as much girth turning over the center of his body and back into his flank. A little snappy in his ankle, but I still think sound. When I put my hands on him, I'd probably like a little more cover. The gold calf the young lady's got next, this young lady's got does a great job. She's got a real presence about her here on the end of the halter, and her calf matches her well because he's a little taller. He's so very well balanced. He's so very beautiful in his lines. For me, when just coming at you and going away and then looking over the top of him, he's just not quite as pulled apart, not quite as muscular relative to being a little stilty off both ends. The young man in the cowboy hat coming next got one that's sure clean and lean in his lines, just a little tighter flank, a little tighter in his rear joints. The stocking-legged calf, maybe a little softer, but still needs a little more on him. He, too, is just a little bit less correct in terms of his structure, young lady. And then the black steer here that's a little slicker-haired just wants to get a little unorthodox in terms of the basic design and accuracy of his hind leg, just not quite as calculated up front in terms of the bend of his blade. He's got a little more crest to his neck. Calf that ends the class just got a little too much engine relative to his shoulder design and the way that it lays off of him. Nice class. Let's give all those kids a huge round of applause, please. That was a great, great group and a heck of a steer that won it.
Second call, Class 120. Second call, Class 120 crossbred steers. Results of Class 118 of your Division 3 crossbred steers. In first place goes to tag 823, exhibited by Holden Levan. Second place goes to tag 817, exhibited by Cooper Phelps. Third place, tag 818, exhibited by Ruger White. Fourth place to tag 821, Madison Patton. In fifth place, tag 819, Wyatt Osborne. Sixth place goes to tag 822, Madison Cook. Seventh place to tag 816, Riley Harriman. And eighth place to tag 820, Matthew Cox.
I was asking Trevor there a second ago if y'all had preset weight breaks. I guess in the years I've judged this, I really hadn't thought about it or asked, but we were very loaded up on the top of that last division. The country's got a little more real estate out here in this division, and people are trying to steer clear of probably a couple of calves, and I'm going to bet it's this one here. Sweetie, you got a really good one. He's got a hair coat like a polar bear. He's got a butt like a hippopotamus, and he can get out and Cadillac with the best of them in terms of his movement. To have a calf that's that color, to have that type of look and just presence, and for you to have him dialed in the way that you do, 12 o'clock is very, very impressive, very fun to look at. I bet you're very much looking forward to bringing him here to the state fair and putting him in the public's eye. The calf that we've got here in this calf here is really, really good in terms of being cocky fronted, in terms of being barrel bodied and super muscular. He's got a stout, attractive hind leg. He maybe tilts a little forward in terms of his shoulder and the way that it lays off his framework, maybe a little cresty in his neck. His primary problem is that calf there is in the class. He's very good, young man, very, very good. The calf we've got down here in 3 that's kind of kinky haired, this steer here is still awesome. I mean, he's big and broad over his loin edge. He's got a monster hip in him, and he's got some frame, some length, and some growth, some height of shoulder to him. For me, that calf, just in terms of the size of his rear feet, I'd expand him just a little bit. Mainly, he's probably given up a little bit of leg hair from his knee to his ankle and from his hock to his ankle in terms of looking as intense as those other two. I don't want to beat him for hair, but these two in front of him are every bit as burly and stout and just bring a little more presence and total look to the table. This calf could be just a slightly more accurate in terms of his front step as we lay him to the shavings. Next calf that comes a little deeper in his chest line. When we put him in motion, he's got a little extra bend to a hind leg that he brings a little under himself. And so those things are a little out of balance. But then you look at the top half of this critter, and you talk about a long neck and a big back and an awesome rib cage, and a calf that, even though he gets underneath himself, finds his front print and oversteps it every single time. The next calf here, I told the young lady that he reminded me of my wife's English bulldog. He's a calf that's loaded with power and muscle, but when you get to the front of him, his shoulders just kind of hang off of him. And so he's a little jammed up through his front end as well. Carcass-wise, exceptional. Show steer-wise, just a little more marginal. The calf that we closed the class with, young lady, you did a nice job. I like the fact that he still looks trim pattern and high cutability. Yes, he could be a little softer in his heart and flank. Yes, he could be just a little sounder in his front shoulder. Those are the areas that he gives up in, but still a good calf. Let's give all those kids a huge round of applause on an exceptional class. All right, if y'all had a good time looking at the quality of the cattle that we had in these two classes, put your hands together and make some noise for these families. This was really, really good. I mean, every time you come out this direction, man, it impresses. And there's some big-time cattle, and love working with the kids. But, you know, you're excited to see what some of these things are going to cut out and look like right here in terms of when they bring them to the ring and at a big state fair setting like this. You anticipate good cattle. This was a lot of fireworks. The gold calf right here, just standing still, absolutely deadly. I love his length of neck. I can't tell y'all how much I like cattle that are moderate in their hip height, but yet extraordinarily long in terms of their body, their hip, and their neck. And this calf, he tackles that agenda in a strong way, but yet he stays collected. When he's balanced like that from the side view, it is tough to do when you make him a rib longer. But he is so very dense when you put your hands on him, so very good-footed when he stands still. If you're going to pick on him, he's maybe just a little uncoordinated in the way that he motions his hot, but super, super sound. That is a great steer. That black calf back there was tremendously good. I don't want to overshadow him, but a very complete type of calf, one that meets your hand well. He's so very practical. He was just a little shorter legged, as we talked about, just from a proportionality standpoint. And aesthetically, you might say, Ryan, what economic value does that have? It really doesn't. But we're trying to make perfect show steers out here and sort of big-time state fair. The next class here, this silver calf is really, really special. This calf is one that I love where his frame and is just, I don't really care what they weigh. I mean, if we had to draw up the ideal box, I guess it'd be 13 to 15, somewhere in there. We got a pretty wide margin. We're obviously feeding cattle big and heavy weight. I just want that calf to look right for his weight. Young lady, you got him looking right for his weight. And this calf is so very sound, so very good looking and big haired. If you want to get up on him and say, well, his feet could maybe just be shaped just a nickel differently, maybe you could. I don't know. But he sure goes very, very good. That black calf back there kind of gets overshadowed by him, but that is one cocky, big rib, bold-made booger back there. So, guys, y'all probably know which one I like. We're going with the silver calf. Congratulations, young lady. Awesome calf. Glad you brought him.
Third and final call, class 121, crossbred steers. Third and final call, class 121.
Young man, again, strongest compliments, the strength that you've brought us to the table here in this black calf. He is some good. I love this gold calf, though, that he's going to be our reserve champion. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 119 of your crossbred steers in first place and also your champion Division 3 crossbred steer goes to back tag 828 Anison Oshist. In second place, tag 826, Tyler Neal. Third place, tag 829, Kyla Sasbo. In fourth place, tag 825, Adeline Sorgan. And fifth place, tag 830, Victoria Heiler. Congratulations, your reserve Division 3 champion crossbred steer goes to tag 823, exhibited by Holden Levan from Class 118. Now entering the ring will be class number 120 of your Division 4 crossbred steers.
Well, another great class here, not as big in terms of inventory, but we've got some studs up top here. The black baldy right here, he's the color you search for in terms of having that instant look. He's a calf that balances true beyond his color. You know, he kind of walks around the ring a little bit, head down a little bit, but Cody, when you get that calf stuck, son of a gun, he's good looking. He is really, really nice here in terms of his lines. I love just, even though he's a little chubbier type steer in terms of the center of his chest, it flows into his bottom line excellently. He's got a big spread up high, plenty of muscularity, going to grade all day. I thought he's as sound as any of them. I think he's definitely a little sounder than that good-looking calf standing right in behind him. Cody, I want to brag on your fit job here in the public's eye, too. He said he fit both of those back legs. This back leg over here, I'd give about a 9.5 out of 10, Cody. It was exceptional. Nice work. The smoke calf that we got here on the side, man, is he a good-looking rig. I mean, up-fronted. He's got that stout skull with a little bit of cheek, but clean and tidy in terms of his throat line. Tall-fronted and just dead level to his tail head, and just so much symmetry and cutability. And when I step back off the cattle, young lady, we put the cattle in motion. And I'm not saying it's bad, because otherwise I wouldn't have him here challenging to win the class. But to me, he's a little stilty off both ends, just relative to that baldy. I think that calf's pretty special. There's a pair of really nice cattle in this class. The calf we got next, a little deeper in his plate. He's got a little bit of just lower waddle right here. And I don't know if he's quite as expansive maybe as those two, but he's right on their heels. That calf is very, very good. Not monster-footed, but still really solid when we put him in motion. Reed there does a fine job. Said he won showmanship this week or yesterday, whenever that was. Reed, you're a heck of a stick. Nice job and nice work here at the State Fair. The black calf we got coming next, still a very, very good calf. He's burly in terms of his rib cage. Lay your hands down at his top, and he's right there rivaling the competition. That calf's a little bit thicker in terms of his throat line, a little shorter from eye to nostril relative to him having a little extra hip height. He just looks a little jammed in terms of his natural neck length, but a good calf. I mean, that's a harsh criticism for a calf that's that good. It's just he gets maybe just a little ordinary there around the corners relative to the cattle we had right in front of him. Young man that comes next got him a calf that's muscular and going to cut out with a lot of red meat. Sure, very clean and tidy in his neck and lean in his lower line. That calf gets a little rounder out of his hip, young man. I'd like to bring his flank down and just bend him with more pliability out of his hock when we get the cattle out and go. Young lady, your calf here at the end, I think a good smooth-made calf that ought to grade choice all day. Just a little bit off kilter in terms of his structure, comparatively speaking, in this particular group. So let's put our hands together and continue to support these kids. They did a great job.
Your Class 120 results of your Division 5 crossbred steers. In first place goes to tag 836, exhibited by Cody 4. In second place, tag 833, exhibited by Riley Egbert. Third goes to tag 832, Reed Bishop. Fourth place goes to tag 834, Marissa Graham. Fifth place to tag 835, Logan Brinksneeder. And sixth place to tag 831, Relena Moore. Now exhibiting in the show ring is class number 121 of your crossbred steers.
Well, we've got ourselves something to look forward to here in a second and down the road. I know my comments are strong when I like cattle, and we're going to have a fun rest of the day here to sort this all out. This is an awfully good beast here that wins this group. Balance just second to none. Just love, again, he brings even a little more frame and weight to the table, but yet does so in just such a high cutability fashion. Just where his underline and his chest and sternum sit so high in that round rib cage, very impressive. He's all there. He's a man when you get your hands down his top, and just goes about the ring very, very good. Not a whole lot wrong. Congratulations to you, young lady. The decision here, maybe 2-3, but I like the extra side stifle to this calf in 2. He's a calf that's very heavy boned and stout in terms of his head and his noggin. He suits me a little better just in terms of his general head shape, his poll and his skull. That calf is, he doesn't have a ton of hair in terms of up there on his neck or in his forerib, but he's not as showy perhaps as that Brockle that wins the group, but that guy's meat and taters, and just a darn good calf. Bentley, you brought a very good one to the state fair. I commend you. Good carcass steer, very sound. Then we roll down here to Austin's calf. Austin, your calves, you got them looking the part in terms of hair. I know how tough that is in the summer. This guy's fresh, and he's big-bodied. He's got some top to him. He disappoints a little right in behind his blade, but mainly just a little bit from the side through his lower butt. Just need more cheek down there. That calf is maybe just a little more ordinary there in terms of the depth of his cheek line or the height of his poll or the sink down into the base of his chest. I'm being very picky. Austin, you should be very proud of that calf. You did a great job, bud. The next young man here, stout young man, he's got a stout calf, and so they're a good team. They go together well. This calf is just burly, just so big muscled, so big ribbed. With that burliness behind his blade, he's a little burly ahead of his blade in terms of the crest of his neck, a little bullier there, a little fuller in his chest. And hanging on the rail, this guy's as good as any. Here in the ring, just a few things to pick on. Then we had a very important contest between Carrie right here, this little young lady that's such a good stick, and Griffin back here, that's her brother. And they said they showed them calves at the county fair. They don't have a whole lot of hair left, but Dad said we want to see who can win the fit job in terms of Carrie fitting those legs or her brother Griffin. I don't know if I want to call the contest. It's too close. I thought both of y'all did a nice job. Carrie, your yellow calf or butterscotch calf, probably a little trimmer in terms of just his general composition, and I thought maybe a little more tolerable in terms of his shoulder and his blade. He does round out of his hip, highly muscular steer. Nice job to you, Carrie. Keep up the good work. Griffin, your calf's probably a little bolder body, a little deeper flank. He's just a little chubbier than he needs to be in his brisket. He probably naturally is a little wider based up front, but the condition he's got is probably pushing it a little even further than what it needs to be. But again, Griffin, good job, bud. Young lady that closes the class, calf wants to get just a little awkward in the way he steps with a little sharper set to his hock and longer toe. A calf that's just a little chubbier, and I'd like to see, like the calf in front of him, maybe just a little off the mark in terms of his maximum yield grade. That calf certainly big ribbed and going to quality grade very, very well. Nice group of cattle, very good carcass cattle, and sure a really darn good one up front. Let's put our hands together and congratulate all those kids.
Second call. Results of Class 121 of your crossbred steers. In first place goes to tag 842, exhibited by S.A. McGuire. In second place, tag 838, Bentley Clem. Third place, tag 837, Austin Southerly. Fourth place goes to tag 843, Ramey Wyatt. Fifth place, tag 840, Carrie Gaylor. In sixth place, tag 839, Griffin Gaylor. And seventh place, tag 841, Shelby Taylor. Now entering the ring is a selection of your champion and reserve champion Division 4 crossbred steer.
All right, folks, I've asked for it each time, but if y'all enjoyed looking at these cattle, let's put your hands together and make a little noise for these kids. We've had some very, very cool cattle, and here we get to the finish line of this division with some cattle that got a little more chrome on them, and that's always fun and exciting. They grab your attention, but these are great cattle beyond the hide. There's some real carcass merit here and some cattle that can get out and motor. This Baldy that Cody's got, I mean, you talk about a calf that represents a good show steer, but also a calf that would represent one that would be good in the feedlot. That calf, when you put your hands on him, super mellow but muscular. To me, he grades all day, and maybe even, you know, grades upper choice or even a little past that. That calf has really been fed well. I love the way he goes off his rear leg. There's times when he travels where he wants to kind of just not be as cocky in terms of the natural cobra-ness of his neck and the way it ascends off of his blade. But man, when Cody does get him parked and set up here, and he finally gets that stubborn booger to lift that head, man, he's got a neck to have that type of body. That's an awesome calf. That silver calf back there, young lady. I mean, in most any class, that's your class winner. He's so good looking. He's so lean and clean in his lines and big and stout in his hind leg, but maybe just not quite as functional as that one in terms of his natural angles. We stepped into the next class, and again, I've been bragging on cattle all day, but this is another big league steer right here. Again, we're going to have to make some calls. This calf is one that, you know, as soon as he hits the ring, you're impressed with his natural, just skeletal quality. And that translates well when he's sitting still as well. He reads with the same degree of elite balance. And then I will tell y'all what, when you put your hands on these calves, and I know y'all haven't had the privilege to do that like I have, but this guy's got a back in him. And he's leaner than the calf that stands in front of him. And he is absolutely just incredible off the backside of his shoulder, grooved up down his top, and perfect to the edge of his loin. That's an awesome show steer. Good calf. The young man back there has got Bentley. One more time, let's put our hands together, congratulate these kiddos. You're champion in this division. Essie, you don't have to worry about setting them up. You're going to be the champion. Congratulations to you. Yeah, Bentley, move your calf forward, buddy.
And your champion Division 4 crossbred steer goes to tag 842, exhibited by S.E. McGuire.
Again, nice calf that's second. Cody, I know your calf wants to go out anyway, so just send him that direction, collect your banner. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause. He'll be your reserve champion.
And your reserve champion, your Division 4 crossbred steer goes to tag 836, exhibited by Cody 4. And folks, don't forget that today's steer show is being broadcast live at showbarnflix.com thanks to the efforts of the Buckeye Beef Boosters. This new initiative aims to give our junior exhibitors wider recognition and enhance their fair experience. Please inform your friends and family who couldn't attend today that they can watch the show online. We'd like to express our gratitude to our sponsors, MG Recip Connections, Transova Genetics, Performance Training Solutions, Woodside Veterinary Hospital, Armstrong Farms, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Heartland Feed Services, Weingartner Klingeman Show Cattle, Hess Family Cattle, Phantom Halter, and Legacy Vet Clinic. Your support is making a significant impact on our young agricultural leaders.
Well, as the Thunder rolls here, we've got a really nice class. This top pair is very, very good, and I know Cruz wishes his calf were a little more cooperative, and if he were, maybe it'd be even a little closer. But the young man up front's got one that I thought just part for part was just a good, complete combination calf of the group. For me, he just stays more collected in terms of his top line, his levelness of hip, and where his tail head lays. For me, he stays more collected at the edge of his shoulder just in terms of blend. I think he's maybe just a little bit more realistic in terms of just how everything fits together. He's still very progressive from a muscle shape standpoint. I personally think he outstrides him a nickel from behind as well. He's a calf that just, again, doesn't do anything majorly wrong and progressive enough everywhere to win the group, and handles very fresh as well. Cruz is doing a good job. He had a good sock-and-legged calf earlier in the day that was reserved. Cruz, keep your head up. I know sometimes they're kind of pains in the butt, but this calf is fuzzy and big-bellied, long neck. He dips a little out of his hip, maybe the edge of his shoulder, relative to the base width he's got from behind. Could be maybe a little better combination or scenario, but that's a very, very good steer. Pair of very, very good ones. The calf that we've got here in 3, talk about a practical steer. He's just such a deep-sided, easy-feeding booger that's got so much mass to him. I would like to see him maybe just a little more elevated in terms of his chest. I'd like to see him just a little longer in his neck and just a little crisper in terms of the lean and shape working down his top line, but I really respect his type and kind. We've seen several steers like this today that are the right kind of cattle, but in the end, maybe just give up a little bit of that composition and cutability to a few of the cattle that are a little more higher caliber from the side. The black stock and or kind of black chromed up calf that comes next in the group, you know, there's a lot of parts here I love. He's deep and he's bold in terms of the center of his body. He's level in his spine and he's flexible in his hind leg. He maybe moves a little to the outside of his framework from behind. I'd like to maybe tuck his shoulder on a little differently. Young lady, mainly, I didn't like him being parrot mouth. That jawline for me really throws him off. The chromed up calf that comes next is a little narrow base. He's a good steer though, big-legged, not as hairy as some, but you talk about a stout-featured rascal that's really good centered and level in his top line and very well balanced. That's a good calf. I know he's giving you a hard time there, but that's a good steer. Another really good calf here, young man, that's loaded with muscle, plenty of red meat, little crest here to the top side of his neck, little off in his pin bone, little extra curl to his hind leg. Put him in motion. I like to see him step forward a little square and more attractive in terms of how he bends that hock and ankle. The black chromed up paint next is a good-looking calf, deep-sided, smooth-shouldered, another calf that have a world of carcass merit to him. For me, maybe not quite as intense in terms of the size of his rear foot and ankle, maybe a little frailer and flatter in terms of his jawbone. A calf, though, that is very, very good. He's just not as powerful as some of the cattle up the lineup. The black steer we got next year, a calf that's got a big roar in terms of over his rib and loin. He just got way too round in the design to his rump. A calf that maybe moves a little tighter and not as comfortable and functional in his rear leg travel. Another good calf in behind that one. The black steer is deep-sided, one that wants to get just a little wide open at the edge of his shoulder and his elbow. Doesn't tuck it in quite to his framework at the level that I'm looking for. That calf from behind just needs to be squared down to his hind leg, maybe just a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. Young man in the cowboy hat got one that's just a little shorter hip, a little chuffier fronted in terms of his chest floor and the top side of his neck. Maybe just not balancing quite as well based on being a little advanced in his composition. And the calf we round out the class with that kind of wanted to just sit down and take a nap for a second. One that's just a little sharper in his muzzle, a little steeper in his rump line, and just a little bit higher in his flank. Maybe doesn't balance quite as trendy as a few of the other cattle in here. Let's give those kids another big round of applause. I know we got one more class. They're doing a great job. Kids and cattle are getting a little hot and sluggish here in the middle of the afternoon, but I sure commend you guys for y'all's efforts.
Results of Class 122 of your Division 5 crossbred steers. In first place goes to tag 846, Grant Belleville. In second place goes to tag 851, exhibited by Cruz Robbins. Third place goes to tag 847, Corinne Kinney. Fourth place to tag 849, Ella Pye Tranton. In fifth place, tag 854, Hayden Smith. Sixth place goes to tag 845, Sydney Hurst. Seventh place to Sophia Clements. Eighth place to Easton McClure. Ninth place to Roger Winter. 10th place to Brock Lyons. And 11th to Dylan Searson. Now entering the ring is Class 123 of your crossbred steers, weighing 1,465 pounds up through 1,555 pounds.
Well, it's the last class of the day, so you got some big heavyweights in here. Again, if they're a good one, it doesn't matter. The calf that wins the group weighs 1491. I thought he was a man amongst boys in terms of just how good he was from the side. Young lady sure does a great job sticking him. Just a beautiful hip and hind leg to that calf. And, for his weight, again, he carries his cover right. I think he's right on target. He's not too full in his chest. You look at the transition in between his front legs and into the base of his heart and back to his flank. It's glass smooth and still got a big rear end. Top's wide, could be a little square, maybe it's edge. That's just a darn good calf. Congratulations on your class winner. From there, I know you got a couple Harrier calves. The calf in second is bald like me, but this is just a good basic steer. As I sit there and study those cattle, that calf's frame score is a little more moderate. Structurally, to me, he bends and floats very, very well. He's good in his body cavity. If he had the same hair coat of those cattle, to me, he would definitively win that decision. And so we're not sorting them on hair stakes, so that calf's going to go second. Just a nice calf. He's got a little bit of swelling in the inside of his hock. I recognize that, but it certainly doesn't compromise his structure. The little man that comes next sure did a nice job. Calf's weighing about 1555, and he's still a good big old steer. There's a monster ribeye laid in that guy's back. He's super long neck, starting to look a little agey in his head. He may not be, just in terms of just that 12 o'clock look that you're looking for in terms of freshness comes a little that direction. Mainly, I'd like to add a little more fat cover on that steer to be at 1555. And you handle him, he's just still a little bare over his last ribs. He's got some hair down there, but maybe like to add a little more flank when he gets in motion. I think he moves sound, but maybe just a little piecier, a little more opened up in terms of his level of maturity. The blue roan calf in the fourth spot, a nice calf, super expressive down his top, very expressive through his stifle. That calf, for me, gets just a little bit shallow-bodied when we get back off the cattle. In conjunction with that, he rolls a little bit out of his pin set, and maybe that could just come together with a little more length from the pin down to the flank to make him a little more balanced. And I'd like to see him just a shade fatter over his ribs. The Bronco calf that comes next, this calf is one that's big-bodied and very practical, very moderate. Just goes a little stiff off both ends, a little round out of his hip. The black steer here is second to the end, a very practical steer that ought to grade very, very well in terms of quality and marbling, but just gets a little bit off in terms of his shoulder and his knee, young lady. Like to balance him up, cleaner in his chest floor and leaner in his lines. The Bronco calf that closes, young lady, you've done a nice job. Keep working hard. This calf, one that's level top, but just a little funky in terms of the bend of his hind leg. Maybe just struggles a little more out of his front end and needs to balance a little differently and gets a little wide going away. Let's put our hands together, last class of the day. Let's congratulate those kids. They did a great job on some big heavyweight cattle.
Results of Class 123 of your Division 5 crossbred steer class. In first place goes to tag 858, exhibited by Michaela Nelson. Second place goes to tag 860, Bergen Lenhart. In third place, entry 861, Cale Hutchins. Fourth place goes to tag 856, Callie Durr. Fifth place goes to tag 859, Trey McCullough. Sixth to tag 857, Josie Weir. And the seventh place goes to tag 855, Adriana Heindler. At this time, we'd also like to reintroduce our judge today, Dr. Ryan Rathman of Lubbock, Texas. Dr. Rathman is an associate professor and Jones Family Endowed Professor in the Department of Animal and Food Sciences at Texas Tech University. He is the all-time winningest coach in collegiate livestock judging history, having earned 9 national champion livestock judging teams. He's judged over 400 shows in 40 different states, and he and his wife, Keina, have 2 daughters, Kinley and Carly, 15 and 12 years old, respectively. Dr. Ryan Rathman and his wife enjoy taking his girls to show their steers, heifers, and breeding sheep all around the states. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our judge today, Dr. Ryan Rathman.
Well, I sure appreciate that rain. It's cooled it off just a nickel in here. Got a little muggy this afternoon, but you know, these kids, I can't tell you how proud I am for them and for them to come out here to a state fair and invest what they have all year and put the time and effort in to make these cattle look the way they do. It takes a lot of work. If y'all aren't familiar with it, y'all just casually passing through the barn. These kids work hours every day, and it's a family-led project. And ones that we hope build these young people up to be, you know, our food producers in the country, or to serve us well in whatever capacity they're going to serve us in their communities and their homes in the future. And so that's what we're doing here. That's why we're doing this. And so I appreciate those that don't come from this background that have come through the barn and taken their time to watch these kids put it on the line. And, you know, this first class out of this division, this calf that Grant's got, I told him a second ago, I said, man, he really has a nice expressive shape. And he said, well, he should. We're my family's meat cutters. And I said, well, you got him on target right there in terms of meeting the business mission statement. This calf is just the right amount of cover. This calf is you know, not extreme anywhere, but I find that to be a good thing. I think he's just pretty sound, pretty moderate, pretty good middled, and like I said, got a nice fresh shape running down his top. If you had to pick on him anywhere, maybe a little extra set to his hind leg, could lengthen his hip, maybe just slightly. That's a very good steer. I know Cruz was having a hard time back there, and on maybe another day, that calf, if he behaved differently, it sure would have got interesting, because that calf's big and hairy and good looking, and a nice calf. Maybe a little tighter at times, but a little hard to read. He did a great job. The calf then that we had out of this second class, he weighed 1491. The one in front of him weighed 1475. Pretty irrelevant. He holds his composition very effectively for his weight. That calf, when you back off of these two, he probably looks like he's got even more than a 25-pound or whatever that is, 16-pound advantage in terms of his length of side, the extra length of rib and length of hip, and just such an extreme amount of mass in that calf. He's big-legged. I love the way he goes to the ground so consistently in his hind leg. The size of his foot and his ankle is very, very good, and he just gets out here and glides for a big old heavyweight steer, which is very impressive. I also like how tucked up he is in terms of his chest floor, in terms of his bottom line with extra length of hip. His top is wide. It's maybe not quite as expressive as the one in front of him, and so those are a few of the trade-offs. Really nice slick-haired calf over there that the young lady had that doesn't have any hair to follow up in second. So y'all been a great crowd all day. I really do appreciate y'all. One more time, let's put our hands together, congratulate these kids, and I hope you'll come back and enjoy the grand drive.
Congratulations, your champion Division 5 crossbred steer goes to tank 858, exhibited by Michaela Nelson. And your reserve champion goes to tank 846, exhibited by Grant Belleville. Once again, thank you for your attendance here at the 2024 Ohio State Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, your final drive for your market beef show will begin at 6:15 p.m. Once again, your champion and drive for your market beef show to begin at 6:15. Pleased to welcome you to the Ohio State Junior Fair Market Beef Exhibitor Awards presentation. During this time, we will recognize youth's achievements in the record book, in-person skillathon, and outstanding market exhibitor project areas for beef. The skillathon is an opportunity for youth to demonstrate their knowledge about various aspects of their industry. This method of involving 4-H and FFA members in challenging, hands-on, learning by doing activities helps them develop both life and technical skills. This year, there were 93 youth who participated in Beef Skillathon. We'd like to thank our 2024 Skillathon Superintendents, Mr. Garth Ruff, along with program coordinators Mackenzie Dorr, Tom Oglesby, Brenda Carell, Dr. Warren Flood, Josie Burke, and Jordan Maddox for all their hard work in organizing this event. The Outstanding Market Exhibitor Award was created to recognize youth who excel in multiple market project areas. The OME program combines in-person skillathon, market showmanship, and market animal placings into one all-around Market Exhibitor Award. All exhibitors that will be recognized today placed in the top 10 of each designated category. New for 2024, the OME top 5 placings will be determined by the true raw score of participants, regardless of if they were selected as the age winner. This means that we may have exhibitors who place in the top 5, but were not age winners this year. Your record book exhibitors will receive a galvanized bin sponsored by the Ohio Valley Limousine Association. Winners in each Skillathon age division will receive a wooden tray. Our overall Skillathon winners for each species will receive an embroidered chair. Both awards were generously sponsored by Cooper Farms. First, second, and third place winners will also receive a cash prize from the Virgil Strickler Youth Reserve Program. At this time, we'd like to begin our Market Beef Exhibitor Awards presentation. Presenting the awards include Adam Heffron, the Ohio State Fair Executive Director, Dr. Maurice Eastridge, Ohio State University Professor and Senior Associate Chair, Dr. Kirk Bloor, State 4-H Leader, Andy Hershey, Ohio State Fair Ag Livestock Manager, Libby McNeil, Education Program Specialist representing the Ohio FFA, Brian Baldridge from the Ohio Department of Agriculture, the Director, Andrew Durrell, Rose Harchu, the Vice Chair, Representative Don Jones, House Agricultural Committee Chair, as well as Angela Kreil. We will now start the presentation beginning with the record book category winners. From your 10-year-old age division, Mr. Jordan Harchu from Crawford County. From your 11-year-old division, Blake Osborne of Highland County. From your 12-year-old division, Ruger White of Ashland County. From your 13-year-old division, Logan Brixneeder of Darke County. From your 14-year-old division, Isaac Sturm from Crawford County. From your 15-year-old division, Lance Brixneeder from Darke County. From your 16-year-old division, Wyatt Osborne from Highland County. From your 17-year-old division, Taylor Poff of Jogga County.